Hello, everyone. And as you'll see, I have been joined by a special guest. As we emerge from the portal, there she is. Miss Nisa has decided that, it is important to make herself known. So you are in fact getting Catbot. This is an official stream now. So welcome everyone, thank you for stopping by. Meow. Are you happy? You are. Oh, what a happy girl you are. Yeah. Baby indeed, Storm's Fate. It is good to see you, and howdy to Lucius. And whoever else is lurking out there. Looks like we might have an Xbox Aaron, Moose, Hunter, Goblin Big X, and maybe even a Bluejoy. I'm calling you out if you're lurking, but it's also okay to lurk. Right? You lurk a lot, don't you? Yeah. Alright. Well, I really only have a couple things.
Oh no.
I really have a... Oh, hey. Thank you. In fact, Xbox Aaron. That makes you meow. It makes me meow too, thank you. Aaron, thank you very much for that. And I need to bring up our Discord. A couple things on Discord, all right? Pardon me. Hey, off the keyboard, man. No matter where I move the keyboard, she continues to insist on stepping on it. It's just how it goes in the Wiki Wild Wild West. Alright, so for the Adopt-a-thon, we had so many... Oh, why isn't Discord open? There we go. For the Adopt-a-thon, we had so many boxes. You all were tremendously generous on Saturday. Thank you very much. And we are now in the, we're firmly into the back, the back nine, so to speak, if we're using golf terms, right? Of the event. And once all of these slots are filled, I'm filling boxes with minis, and they're being shipped out to you all. And then I'll have a giveaway for this gargantuan Tiamat as well. So as you can to help support the channel, I want this to be a strong year. I want this to be a year of growth. The long winter is over, and I think we can circummerge, and let's grow with what is around us. Okay. So if you have like $1, or if you have some bits or something to throw in, then that goes into community boxes to give away. You can also get boxes of minis for yourself. And as you do give that, remember, you're helping me, but I'm helping you because you're getting minis at below my cost. Wow. You're getting minis at below my cost. And I need to clear it because the month is almost over and I need to make space. I need to make space, everyone. The only... okay, watch out, man. Watch out. The only other thing, I did rearrange some of the channels, so for example, the Adopt-a-thon and the accountability to who has boxes is here now in Welcome and News, and I rearranged some things here. Of course, we have our Cleveland Kindred. We played Vampire the Masquerade last night, and we will do so again, not this coming Tuesday, but the Tuesday after. That's going to be an original 3-parter. Goblin Guy Gaxmore asks. Actually, hang on. Goblin of Greg Axonor asks, when did you become a nighttime FM DJ with those smooth vocal tones? Or were you playing an MMORP shooter and wanted to sound like a space general? Yes.
Indeed. Yes, indeed. I don't know when it happened. It just did. Although, if you prefer,
I can sound like a creepy little doll. Or perhaps one of those minis that Matt wants to ship out to you.
So there is that. Though I am happy that my dulcet tones are pleasing to you, Goblin of Gygaxanor. So we do have more boxes that need homes. If it's something you can step up and help with, one box at a time, we will get there. This is happening. It is going on. It is happening. All right. Thanks to those of you who did provide some feedback. 7 of you ultimately, so 6, because I was the first one who had to post. I appreciate it. This is where we are going to be picking up tonight with our reading. And it's going to be super laid back. I have the book. I'll be sitting back. We'll be talking. We'll be reading. And in fact, I should have... Oh, what's a doodle around here? Where'd my what's a doodle go? Uh-oh, what was that? Oh, Jacance, thank you. Is this the what's a doodle I needed? Holly Wally Doodle all day? Nope, that is not the one. Unless, hold on. Unless I need to do a thing. I might have to do a thing. Hold on, everyone. Ah, there we go. Okie dokie! And by the way, Jacanso is very awesome of you. Look at you jiggling. I love it. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so we're reading. There are some projects that are coming up that are going to involve the workshop at the office as I go down from 2 to 1, which is what the whole adopt-a-thon is leading into and whatnot, right? I ended up getting 2 small offices last year because of the events of the prior year necessitating me needing to move out of the friendly local game store, right? Out of the brick and mortar shop. After 2024 was a miserable, terrible year, especially in my industry. I was bleeding out every month, but you know what? I have a passion for this, and I want to stick around. I want there to be a nice place for you all. So I stuck through it. And for this year, because I can always go back into a second office if I need to, I knew I needed to trim down, and so I'm going from 2 offices to 1. I have this extra space. Now, as a part of this, there's a couple things that I will be bringing. Hopefully, I can start doing after everything is moved and the dust is settled and whatnot. One of those is I made arrangements to sell my current rig here at home base to a community member who could use the upgrade. I am going to be using those funds in order to build my new computer on stream with you all. And so I will stream that from the office using the workbench that I almost literally busted my back to build and to move in there. So that's upcoming. Of course, I also have a miniature I need painting. And hey, Diadems, thinking about getting behind the DM screen and run a campaign again. Just need to try and wrangle my thoughts. If you need inspiration or help, Diadems, please let me know. I know it was something you had done before. It was around the time that we first met all those years ago. You were running a game or two with some friends. It was remotely though, right? I would love to hear if you do that, Diadems. In fact, Diadems, it's funny. I remember I'm talking about building a computer. I've never built a computer myself before. I've looked into parts for the current rig. I chose all the parts, and I understand it. I understand the concepts, right? I've never built one, and I want that to be a project. Diadems, if I remember years ago, you actually were streaming, and I think I remember you did a PC building simulator, didn't you? If I remember correctly. Now, this might have been 4 years ago or something along those lines. You built one PC and it was tedious. Well, I'm hoping with modern parts that it will be less tedious. A lot of things just sort of snap into place even more than they had before. Okay, you did. I thought I remembered that. That seemed familiar. And hey, everyone, look, I try to pay attention to who you are, what you do, what interests you. Especially because Diadems is one of the early adopters of the channel. Not that I'm anyone today, but when I was even more of a literal who on Twitch, Diadems stopped by and, he'd talk, and he was a supporter of the channel through boxes and minis and stuff. It was always fascinating, hearing about where he lives and all this. And when he broadcast, I made sure to stop by, and I remember he was playing a PC part, like building simulator. Just remember to keep grounding yourself if you move about a bit. I'll if I have to, like, I don't know, put there's like a bracelet or something you can wear, right? It's the static electricity off of you. So it's a project I'm going to undertake. And then as a part of things too, I do have a new 3D printer coming in. It is an Elegoo like I had before. This one has a camera built into it where I can use that camera to take stop motion photos and compile them into a print build. And wouldn't that be neat? Or I don't know if I could actually broadcast live from the printer. That might not be a lot of fun to watch. It could be something though. So there's stuff on the near horizon, things that I'm looking at, just improving what I already do, and hopefully I do well. In the springtime when the weather's a lot better, I'm going to be taking you up in the drone. I've had the drone for a while, and I've been looking at how I can actually stream off of it. So you all would be in the pilot seat, and I would be taking you up over the lake or out into like nature preserves and parks. And I think that will be a lot of fun also. The last bit I need to bring up, so we have our adopt-a-thon going on. Your all support in whichever way, cheering in bits, or if you have $5 you throw in, and that brings us to 8 out of 25, we're that much closer to giving another box away. Of course, you can support just whole boxes going out to people. And there is a bonus of this gargantuan pre-painted Tiamat that's going to one of you who is a who is a supporter of the channel. Let's close out Discord. And then you all saw that I was teasing some extra emotes that are coming up, right? Well, just as much as you see all of these, so we're jiggling here. We have Jiggling, Insane Cat, Meowdy. There's a raccoon with a broom if you need to call in the mods. So there's a lot of emotes that are cross-channel, as well as ones that are custom, our characters, our emotes from our games and such. There are 16 slots that have opened up on Twitch, and those are going to be filled. In fact, one of them already is, and that is the glue. That is the glue emote here. Pardon me. I'm going to show you the other emotes that are open. These are not just the concept sketches. These are the 98% finalized versions of the emotes. You ready? Hopefully they look good in color to you. This is going to be transparent, okay? This kind of off-white color, this is a transparent background. That's very ominous for what we're seeing here. Now, why ever would she have an emote like this? I think I even have some sunglasses here. Is it close enough? Does it work? Boomer Matt? Does Boomer Matt work? I guess what I have is 0 calorie. It's water. It's no monster. It's no Monster Ultra. But I suppose it'll have to work. But here you go. There's the preview of the emotes. As soon as I get a little bit of testing done for them, then which hopefully is tonight, I'll upload them, and perhaps for tomorrow, these new emotes will be live. Let's hope. Let's hope. I think we can do this. I think that's it. I think we're good to start reading. We covered the Adopt-a-thon. We covered Discord. I did end up paying for the final 2 boosts myself. Dips into the war chest I've been building with the Adopt-a-thon, but it was important for me to get our invitation link back and to get that media broadcast boost so that we could have had our vampire game last night. And I do want to show you all the intro for that game. Pardon. Let me find it. Where are you? We need to go to my Power Director files. And this is called Tabula Rasa. And there we go. I hope that you enjoyed that. Now, that was the intro to the third three-parter that I'm running. The first was called The Red Deemer. The second was called One Last Day. This three-parter is called Tabula Rasa. Each of them are thematic to the title and have some symbolism in the intro and other elements that are baked into it. The intro as well, for those of you who've never played VTM or any sort of World of Darkness game, it's meant to convey aspects of the system. Maybe not the mechanics, but the themes, the stories, looking around corners. Are you sure you saw what you saw? That's the whole point of that intro, was to have you realize that there is this world of darkness that exists underneath, beside, however, are the one that we live in, the one that we're aware of. Many of you are aware of Cleveland, Ohio. Maybe some of you have even visited Cleveland. But do you know what actually happens there? And that's what our game explores. What actually happens in Cleveland, Ohio. It's just that we as mortals aren't really... we as mortals aren't privy to it, because that is not our world. Though aspects of it do bleed over through conspiracy, through all kinds of negativity, manipulations, and things like that. The next game, now it's a VOD. You could watch it on Twitch now. I haven't posted it up to YouTube, and I do have an account on Rumble as well. I haven't posted it to YouTube and Rumble yet. I will be doing that hopefully soon. But last night's game is available as a video on demand here on Twitch. And it should last a while, because I do have a Twitch Nitro subscription. So that my VODs will last longer on the platform. That was an investment in the channel that I did make to make sure that I was able to, that I was still able to offer you all good things and to grow the stream as best as I can by changing what I could, right? Anyway, let's go back. Let's go back down through what we have for the emotes, and then I think we could just start reading, because I should be refreshed. I should have... Hey, Evelyn, I should have everything ready to go, and we'll just read for a couple hours tonight. I love Party Biddy. Although, I don't know... I would like you all in chat, tell me, please, do you like Party Biddy more, or do you like Comfy Biddy more? Which Biddy is the right one for you? Comfy Biddy, Party Biddy. Big Sam, hi. By the way, I'm sorry, Mr. Comment Where never heard of this Cleveland place. What is a Cleveland? You like Party Biddy? All right, now as I read, I'll leave this up. It was the Dragonlance wiki last week. And if you are curious about more things Dragonlance, this is the Dragonlance Nexus. Now, mind you, if you've never read this, there are going to be spoilers. This is a 40-year-old book, okay? If you're going along on this adventure for the first time or it's been a while, just realize that wikis and things are going to have information that's going to spoil what is in this book. So I hope you're ready for it, okay? Now, where we've left off, pardon me, we are on Chapter 7, The Story of the Staff, Strange Clerics, Eerie Feelings. If any of you have questions, you're welcome to ask. And we will take a little break in between some chapters as well, so that you all might have an opportunity to stretch or to get something to drink. Oh, and if something needs tending, like my microphone is bugging out or the background music is too loud, please let me know, okay? Pardon me. Please let me know. The thick woods of Solace Vale were a green mass of vibrant life. Beneath the dense roof of the Valenwoods flourished thistlebrush and greenwall. The ground was crisscrossed with bothersome tangleshoot vines. These had to be trod on with great care, or they would suddenly snake around an ankle, trapping the helpless victim until he was devoured by one of the many predatory animals lurking in the vale, thus providing the tangleshoot with what it needed to live: blood. It took over an hour of hacking and chopping through the brush to get to the Haven Road. All of them were scratched, torn, and tired, and the long stretch of smooth packed dirt that carried travelers to Haven or beyond was a welcome sight. It wasn't until they stopped just in sight of the road and rested that they realized there were no sounds. A hush had fallen over the land, as if every creature were holding its breath, waiting. Now that they had reached the road, no one was particularly eager to step out of the shelter of the brush. "Do you think it's safe?" Caramon asked, peering through a hedge. "Safe or not, it's the way we have to go," Tanis snapped. "Unless you can fly, or unless you want to go back to the forest. It took us an hour to travel a few hundred yards. We ought to reach the crossroads next week at this pace." The big man flushed, chagrined. "I didn't mean..." "I'm sorry," Tanis sighed. He, too, looked down at the road. The great Valenwoods formed a dark corridor in the gray light. "I don't like it any better than you do." "Do we separate or stay together?" Sturm interrupted what he considered idle chatter with cold practicality. "We stay together," Tanis replied. Then, after a moment, he added, "Still, someone ought to scout." "I will, Tanis," Tass volunteered, popping up out of the brush beneath Tanis's elbow. "No one would ever suspect a Kender traveling alone." Tanis frowned. Tass was right, no one would suspect him. Kenders were all afflicted with wanderlust, traveling throughout Kryn in search of adventure. But Tass had the disconcerting habit of forgetting his mission and wandering off if something more interesting caught his attention. Very well, Tanis said finally, but remember, Tasselhoff Burfoot, keep your eyes open and your wits about you. No roaming off the road. And above all, Tanis fixed the Kender's eyes with his own sternly. Keep your hands out of other people's belongings. Unless they're bakers, Caramon added. Tass giggled, pushed away through the final few feet of brush, and started off down the road, his hoop-hack staff digging holes in the mud, his pouches jouncing up and down as he walked. They heard his voice lift a Kender trail song. Your one true love's a sailing ship that anchors at our pier. We lift her sails, we man her decks, we scrub the portholes clear. And yes, our lighthouse shines for her, and yes, our shores are warm. We steer her into harbor, any port in a storm. The sailors stand upon the docks, the sailors stand in line, as thirsty as a dwarf for gold, or centaurs for cheap wine. For all the sailors love her, and flock to where she's moored, each man hoping that he might go down all hands on board. Tanis, grinning. Oh, hey, GMV, how you doing? Oh, we do have a bot. Hang on a second. After singing a body tune. All right, everyone, we click on the name. Where's my bookmark? We click on the name. We hit the 3 vertical buttons. Report, chat messages, spam, scams, bots, soliciting chat to buy viewers. Submit report. Thank you for doing so, GMV. I appreciate it. Also, GMV, how have you been? It's been a minute since we've seen you in the workshop. I hope you've been doing well. All right, our body tune aside. Tanis, grinning, allowed a few minutes to pass after hearing the last verse of Tass's song before starting out. Finally, they stopped out on the road with as much fear as a troupe of unskilled actors facing a hostile audience. It felt as if every eye on Kryn was on them. The deep shade under the flame-colored leaves made it impossible to see anything in the woods, even a few feet from the road. Sturm walked ahead of the group alone in bitter silence. Tanis knew that though the knight held his head proudly, he was slogging through his own darkness. Caramon and Raceland followed. Tanis kept his eyes on the mage, concerned about his ability to keep up. Raceland had experienced some difficulty in getting through the brush, but he was moving along well now. He leaned on his staff with one hand, holding open a book with the other. Tanis at first wondered what the mage was studying, then realized it was his spell book. It was the curse of the Magi that they must constantly study and recommit their spells to memory every day. The words of magic flame in the mind, then flicker and die when the spell is cast. Each spell burns up some of the magician's physical and mental energy until he is totally exhausted and must rest before he can use magic again. Flint stumped along on the other side of Caramon. The two began to argue softly about the 10-year-old boating accident. Trying to catch a fish with your hands, Flint grumbled in disgust. Tanis came last, walking next to the plainsman. He turned his attention to Goldmoon. Seeing her clearly in the flecked gray light beneath the trees, he noticed lines around her eyes that made her appear older than her 29 years. Our lives have not been easy, Goldmoon confided to him as they walked. Riverwind and I loved each other for many years, but it is the law of my people that a warrior who wants to marry his chieftain's daughter must perform some great feat to prove himself worthy. It was worse with us. Riverwind's family was cast out of our tribe years ago for refusing to worship our ancestors. His grandfather believed in ancient gods who had existed before the cataclysm, though he could find little evidence of them left in Kryn. My father was determined I should not marry so far beneath my station. He sent Riverwind on an impossible quest to find some object with holy properties that would prove the existence of these ancient gods. Of course, my father didn't believe such an object existed. He hoped Riverwind would meet his death, or that I would come to love another. She looked up at the tall warrior walking beside her and smiled, but his face was hard, his eyes staring far away. Her smile faded. Sighing, she continued her story, speaking softly more to herself than Tanis. Riverwind was gone long years, and my life was empty. I sometimes thought my heart would die. Then, just a week ago, he returned. He was half dead, out of mind with a raging fever. He stumbled into camp and fell at my feet, his skin burning to the touch. In his hand, he clutched this staff. We had to pry his fingers loose. Even unconscious, he would not release it. He raved in his fever about a dark place, a broken city where death had black wings. Then, when he was nearly wild with fear and terror, and the servants had to tie his arms to the bed, he remembered a woman dressed in blue light. She came to him in the dark place, he said, and healed him and gave him the staff. When he remembered her, he grew calmer, and his fever broke. 2 days ago. She paused. Had it really only been 2 days? It seemed a lifetime. Sighing, she continued. He presented the staff to my father, telling him it had been given to him by a goddess, though he did not know her name. My father looked at the staff. Goldmoon held it up, and commanded it to do something, anything. Nothing happened. He threw it back to Riverwind, proclaiming him a fraud, and ordered the people to stone him to death as punishment for his blasphemy. Goldmoon's face grew pale as she spoke. Riverwind's face dark and shadowed. The tribe bound Riverwind and dragged him to the grieving wall, she said, barely speaking above a whisper. They started hurling rocks. He looked at me with so much love, and he shouted that not even death would separate us. I couldn't bear the thought of living my life alone, without him. I ran to him. The rocks struck us. Goldmoon put her hand to her forehead, wincing in remembered pain, and Tanis's attention was drawn to a fresh, jagged scar on her tanned skin. There was a blinding flash of light. When Riverwind and I could see again, we were standing on the road outside of Solace. The staff glowed blue, then dimmed and faded, until it is as you see now. It was then we determined to go to Haven and ask the wise men at the temple about the staff. Riverwind, Tanis asked, troubled. What do you remember of this broken city? Where was it? Riverwind didn't answer. He glanced at Tanis out of the corner of his dark eyes, and it was obvious his thoughts had been far away. Then he stared off into the shadowy trees. Tanis, half elven, he finally said. That is your name? Among humans, that's what I'm called, Tanis answered. My elvish name is long and difficult for humans to pronounce. Riverwind frowned. Why is it, he asked, that you are called half-elf and not half-man? The question struck Tanis like a blow across the face. He could almost envision himself sprawling in the dirt and had to force himself to stop and swallow an angry retort. He knew Riverwind was asking this question for a reason. It had not been meant as an insult. That was a test. Tanis realized. He chose his words carefully. According to humans, half an elf is but part of a whole being. Half a man is a cripple. Riverwind considered this, finally nodded once, abruptly, and answered Tanis's question. I wandered many long years, he replied. Often, I had no idea where I was. I followed the sun and the moon and the stars. My last journey is like a dark dream. He was silent for a moment. When he spoke, it was as if he were talking from some great distance. It was a city once beautiful, with white buildings supported by tall columns of marble. But it is now as if some great hand had picked up the city and cast it down a mountainside. The city is now very old and very evil. Death on black wings, Tanis said softly. It rose like a god from the darkness. Its creatures worshipped it, shrieking and howling. The plainsman's face paled beneath his sun-baked skin. He was sweating in the chill morning air. I can speak of it no more. Goldmoon laid her hand on his arm, and the tension in his voice eased. And out of the horror came a woman who gave you the staff, Tanis pursued. She healed me, Riverwind said simply. I was dying. Tanis stared intently at the staff Goldmoon held in her hand. It was just a plain, ordinary staff that he never noticed until his attention was called to it. A strange device was carved on the top, and feathers, such as the barbarians admire, were tied around it. Yet he had seen it glow blue. He had felt its healing powers. Was this a gift from ancient gods come to aid them in their time of need? Or was it evil? What did he know about these barbarians anyway? Tanis thought about Raceland's claim that the staff could only be touched by those pure of heart. He shook his head. It sounded good. He wanted to believe it. Tanis, lost in thought, felt Goldmoon touch his arm. He looked up to see Sturm and Caramon signaling. The half-elf suddenly realized he and the plainsman had fallen far behind the others. He broke into a run. What is it? Sturm pointed. The scout returns, he said dryly. Tasselhoff was running down the road toward them. He waved his arm 3 times. Into the brush, Tanis ordered. The group hurriedly left the road and plunged into the bushes and scrub trees growing along the south edge, all except Sturm. "Come on!" Tanis put his hand on the knight's arm. Sturm pulled away from the half-elf. "I will not hide in a ditch," the knight stated coldly. "Sturm," Tanis began, fighting to control his rising anger. He choked back bitter words that would do no good and might cause irreparable harm. Instead, he turned from the knight, his lips compressed and waiting in grim silence for the Kender. Taz came dashing up, pouches and packs bouncing wildly as he ran. Clerics! He gasped. "A party of clerics! 8! Sturm sniffed. "I thought it was a battalion of goblin guards at least. I believe we could handle a party of clerics." "I don't know," Tasselhoff said doubtedly. "I've seen clerics from every part of Kryn, and I've never seen any like these." He glanced down the road apprehensively, then gazed up at Tanis. Unusual seriousness in his brown eyes. "Do you remember what Tika said about the strange men in Solace hanging around with Hedrick? How they were hooded and dressed in heavy robes? Well, that describes these clerics exactly. And, Tanis, they gave me an eerie feeling." The Kender shuddered. "They'll be in sight in a few moments." Tanis glanced at Sturm. The knight raised his eyebrows. Both of them knew that Kenders did not feel the emotion of fear, yet were extremely sensitive to other creatures' natures. Tanis couldn't remember when the sight of any being on Kryn had ever given Tass an eerie feeling, quote-unquote. And he had been with the Kender in some tight spots. "Here they come," Tanis said suddenly. He and Sturm and Tass moved back into the shadows of the trees to the left, watching as the clerics slowly rounded a bend in the road. They were too far away for the half-elf to be able to tell much about them, except that they were moving very slowly, dragging a large handcart behind them. Pardon. "Maybe you should talk to them, Stern," Tanis said softly. "We need information about the road ahead. But be careful, my friend." "I'll be careful," Sturm said, smiling. "I have no intention on throwing my life away needlessly." The knight gripped Tanis's arm in a moment in silent apology, then dropped his hand to loosen his sword in its antique scabbard. He walked across to the other side of the road and leaned up against a broken-down wooden fence, head bowed as though resting. Tanis stood a moment, irresolute, then turned to make his way through the brush, Tasselhoff at his heels. "What is it?" Caramon grunted as Tanis and Tass appeared. The big warrior shifted his girth, causing his arsenal of weapons to clank loudly. The rest of the companions were huddled together, concealed behind thick clumps of brush, yet able to get a clear view of the road. "Hush!" Tanis knelt down between Caramon and Riverwind, who crouched in the brush a few feet on Tanis's left. "Clerics," he whispered. "A group of them coming down the road. Sturm's going to question them." "Clerics?" Caramon snorted derisively and settled back comfortably on his heels. But Raceland stirred restlessly. "Clerics," he whispered thoughtfully. "I do not like this." "What do you mean?" asked Tanis. Raceland peered at the half-elf from the dark shadows of his hood. All Tanis could see were the mage's golden hourglass eyes, narrow slits of cunning and intelligence. "Strange clerics," Raceland spoke with elaborate patience, as one speaks to a child. The staff has healing clerical powers. Such powers have not been seen on Kryn since the Cataclysm. Caramon and I saw some of these cloaked and hooded men in Solace. Don't you find it odd, my friend, that these clerics and this staff turned up at the same time, in the same place, when neither has been seen before? Perhaps this staff is truly theirs, by right. Tanis glanced at Goldmoon. Her face was shadowed with worry. Surely she must be wondering the same thing. He looked back at the road again. The cloaked figures were moving at a crawling pace, pulling the cart. Sturm sat on the fence, stroking his mustaches. The companions waited in silence. Gray clouds massed overhead. The sky grew darker, and soon water began to drip through the branches of the trees. There, it's raining, Flint grumbled. It isn't enough that I have to squat in a bush like a toad. Now I get soaked to the skin. Tanis glared at the dwarf. Flint mumbled and fell silent. Soon the companions could hear nothing but the rain splatting against the already wet leaves, drumming on shield and helm. It was a cold, steady rain, the kind that creeps through the thickest cloak. It ran off Caramon's dragon helm and trickled down his neck. Raceland began to shiver and cough, covering his mouth with his hand to muffle the sound as everyone stared at him in alarm. Tanis looked out to the road. Like Tass, he had never seen anything to compare to these clerics in his 100 years of life on Kryn. They were tall, about 6 feet in height. Long robes shrouded their bodies. Hooded cloaks covered the robes. Even their feet and hands were wrapped in cloth, like bandages covering leprous wounds. As they neared Sturm, they glanced around warily. One of them stared straight into the brush where the companions were hiding. They could see only dark glittering eyes through the swath of cloth. Hail, Knight of Salamnia, the lead cleric said in the common tongue. His voice was hollow, lisping, an inhuman voice. Tanis shivered. Greetings, brethren, Sturm answered, also in common. I have traveled many miles this day, and you're the first travelers I've passed. I have heard strange rumors, and I seek information about the road ahead. Where do you come from? We come from the land. We come from the east originally, the cleric answered. But today, we travel from Haven. It is a chill, bitter day for journeying, knight, which is perhaps why you find the road empty. We ourselves would not undertake such a journey, save we are driven by necessity. We did not pass you on the road, so you must be traveling from Solace, Sir Knight. Sturm nodded. Several of the clerics standing at the rear cart turned their hooded faces toward each other, muttering. The lead cleric spoke to them in a strange guttural language. Tanis looked at the companions. Tasselhoff shook his head, as did the rest of them. None of them had heard it before. The cleric switched back to common. I am curious to hear the rumors you speak of, knight. There's talk of armies to the north, Sturm replied. I am traveling that way, to my homeland of Salamnia. I would not want to run into a war to which I had not been invited. We have not heard these rumors, the cleric answered. So far as we know, the road to the north is clear. Ah, that's what comes to listening to drunken companions, Sturm shrugged. But what is this necessity you speak of that drives the brethren out to such foul weather? We seek a staff, the cleric answered readily. A blue crystal staff. We heard that it had been sighted in Solace. Do you know aught of it? Yes, Sturm answered. I heard of such a staff in Solace. I heard it was... I heard of the armies to the north from the same companions, and I to believe these stories or not. This appeared to confound the cleric for a moment. He glanced around, as if uncertain how to react. Tell me, said Sturm, lounging back against the fence. Why do you seek a blue crystal staff? Surely one of plain, sturdy wood would suit you, reverend gentleman, better. It is a sacred staff of healing, the cleric replied gravely. One of our brothers is sorely ill. He will die without the blessed touch of the holy relic. Healing? Sturm raised his eyebrows. Sacred staff of healing would be of great value. How did you come to misplace such a rare and wonderful object? We did not misplace it, the cleric snarled. Tanis saw the man's wrapped hands clench in anger. It was stolen from our holy order. We tracked the foul thief to a barbarian village in the plains, then lost his trail. There are rumors of strange doings in Solace. However, and it is there we go. I am using the voice with a very stiff mouth for a particular reason. So if you're going, why are they talking like the Coneheads? There's a reason, okay? I'm not just trying to be silly or such. He gestured to the back of the cart. This dismal journey is but little sacrifice for us compared to the pain and agony our brother endures. No, I'm afraid I cannot help, Sturm began. I can help you, called a clear voice from beside Tanis. He reached out, but he was too late. Goldmoon had risen from the brush and was walking determinedly to the road, pushing aside tree branches and brambles. Riverwind jumped to his feet and crashed through the shrubbery after her. Goldmoon, Tanis risked a piercing whisper. I must know, was all she said. The clerics, hearing Goldmoon's voice, glanced at each other knowingly, nodding their hooded heads. Tanis sensed trouble, but before he could say anything, Caramon jumped to his feet. The plainsmen are not leaving me behind in a ditch. Well, they have all the fun, Caramon stated, plunging through the thicket after Riverwind. Has everyone gone mad? Tanis growled. He grabbed Tasselhoff by his shirt collar, dragging the Kender back as he was about to leap joyfully after Caramon. Flint, watch the Kender. Raceland. No need to worry about me, Tanis, the mage whispered. I have no intention of going out there. Right, well, stay here. Tanis rose to his feet and slowly started forward. An quote-unquote eerie feeling creeping over him. GMV says, doing all right. I usually have you on in the background fighting to get inventory done before starting on taxes. You and me both, brother. Kind of out of the frying pan kind of thing. Yeah, I got you, GMV. A nice Solamnia sandwich. It's a plastic glow stick. What is Goblin of Gygaxanor? I'm sorry if I missed the timing of your comment. All right, now that concludes Chapter 7. There is a Chapter 8 that we'll get to. Let's take a quick break. But Chapter 8, Search for Truth, Unexpected Answers. Oh, the blue staff. Yeah, it is. It is a glow stick. So, bookmark. Bookmark in the book. I'm going to get up. I'm going to take a quick break to stretch and freshen up. When we come back, we might have a fight on our hands. And one that not everyone in the party is participating in. So it's a limited party versus 8 clerics, I think it was. Let's find out. I will be back soon. Hold on tight, everyone. All right, I have returned. Ba-ba-da-bum. I have some water to wet the whistle. And I think we can keep going. Yeah. Diadems, I hope you and the others are enjoying the narration. That I'm doing some of the characters or the voices justice, or at least they're distinct enough that you can tell who the characters are, even if I wasn't necessarily, like you say, oh, that's Caramon talking, even before we get to Caramon said or Caramon exclaimed. All right, picking up where we left off with breaks to sip on some water as needed. We're going to start on Chapter 8, Search for Truth, Unexpected Answers. I'm going to turn the background music a little bit more down. All right, I think we're good. I can help you. Goldmoon's clear voice rang out like a pure silver bell. The chieftain's daughter saw Sturm's shocked face. She understood Tanis's warning. But this was not the act of a foolish, hysterical woman. Goldmoon was far from that. She had ruled her tribe in all but name for 10 years, ever since sickness had struck her father like a lightning bolt, leaving him unable to speak clearly or to move his right arm and leg. She had led her people in times of war with neighboring tribes and in times of peace. She had confounded attempts to wrest her power from her. She knew that what she was doing now was dangerous. These strange clerics filled her with loathing, but they obviously knew something about this staff, and she had to know the answer. I am the bearer of the blue crystal staff, Goldmoon said, approaching the leader of the clerics, her head held proudly. But we did not steal it. The staff was given to us. Riverwind stepped to one side of her, Sturm to the other. Caramon came charging through the brush and stood behind her, his hand on his sword hilt, an eager grin on his face. So you say, the cleric said in a soft, sneering voice. He stared at the plain brown staff in her hand with avid, black, gleaming eyes, then reached out his wrapped hand to take it. Goldmoon swiftly clasped the staff to her body. The staff was carried out of a place of great evil, she said. I will do what I can to help your dying brother, but I will not relinquish this staff to you or anyone else until I am firmly convinced of your rightful claim to it. The cleric hesitated, glanced back at his fellows. Tanis saw them make nervous, tentative gestures toward the wide cloth belts they wore tied around their flowing robes. Unusually wide belts, Tanis noticed, with strange bulges beneath them. Not, he was sure, made by prayer books. He swore in frustration, wishing Sturm and Caramon were paying attention. But Sturm seemed completely relaxed, and Caramon was nudging him as though he was sharing a private joke. Tanis raised his bow cautiously and put an arrow to the string. The cleric finally bowed his head in submission, folding his hands in his sleeves. We will be grateful for whatever aid you can give our poor brother, he said, his voice muffled. And then I hope you and your companions will return with us to Haven. I promise you that you will be convinced that the staff has come into your possession wrongly. We'll go where we've mind to, brother, Caramon growled. Fool, Tanis thought. The half-elf considered shouting a warning, then decided to remain hidden in case his growing fears were realized. Goldmoon and the leader of the cloaked men passed the cart, Riverwind next to her. Caramon and Sturm remained near the front of it, watching with interest. As Goldmoon and the clerics reached the back, the cleric put out a wrapped hand and drew Goldmoon toward the cart. She pulled away from his touch and stepped forward by herself. The cleric bowed humbly, then lifted up a cloth covering the back of the cart. Holding the staff in front of her, Goldmoon peered in. Tanis saw a flurry of movement. Goldmoon screamed. There was a flash of blue light and a cry. Goldmoon sprang backward as Riverwind jumped in front of her. The cleric lifted a horn to his lips and blew long, wailing notes. Bum, 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 bum. Caramon! Sturm! Tanis called, raising his bow. It's a trap! A great weight dropped on the half-elf from above, knocking him to the ground. Strong hands groped for his throat, shoving his face deep into the wet leaves and mud. The man's fingers found their hold and began squeezing. Tanis fought to breathe, but his nose and mouth were filled with mud. Seeing starbursts, he tore frantically at the hands that were trying to crush his windpipe. The man's grip was incredibly strong. Tanis felt himself losing consciousness. He tensed his muscles for one final desperate struggle. Then he heard a hoarse cry and a bone-crushing thump. The hands relaxed their grip, and the heavy weight was dragged off him. Tanis staggered to his knees, his breath coming in painful gasps. Wiping mud from his face, he looked up to see Flint with a log in his hand. But the dwarf's eyes were not on him, they were on the body at his feet. Tanis followed the astonished dwarf's gaze, and the half-elf recoiled in horror. It wasn't a man. Leathery wings sprang from its back. It had the scaly flesh of a reptile. Its large hands and feet were clawed, but it walked upright in the manner of men. The creature wore sophisticated armor that allowed it the use of its wings. It was the creature's face, however, that made him shudder. It was not the face of any living being he had ever seen before, either on Krynn or in his darkest nightmares. The creature had the face of a man, but it was as if some malevolent being had twisted it into the face of a reptile. By all the gods, Raceland breathed, creeping up to Tanis. What is that? Before Tanis could answer, he saw out of the corner of his eye a brilliant flash of blue light and heard Goldmoon calling. For one instant, as Goldmoon had looked into the cart, she had wondered what terrible disease could turn a man's flesh into scales. She had moved forward to touch the pitiful cleric with her staff. But at that moment, the creature sprang out at her, grasping for the staff with a clawed hand. Goldmoon stumbled backward, but the creature was swift, and its clawed hand closed around the staff. There was a blinding flash of blue light. The creature shrieked in pain and fell back, wringing its blackened hand. Riverwind, sword drawn, had leaped in front of his chieftain's daughter. But now, she heard him gasp and saw his sword arm drop weakly. He staggered backward, making no effort to defend himself. Rough, wrapped hands grabbed her from behind. A horrible scaled hand was clapped over her mouth. Struggling to free herself, she caught a glimpse of Riverwind. He was staring wide-eyed in terror at the thing in the cart, his face deathly white, his breathing swift and shallow, a man who wakes from a nightmare to discover it is reality. Goldmoon, strong child of a warrior race, kicked backwards at the cleric holding her, her foot aiming for its knee. Her skillful kick caught her opponent off guard and crushed his kneecap. The instant the cleric eased his grip on her, Goldmoon whirled around and struck him with her staff. She was amazed to see the cleric slump to the ground, seemingly felled by a blow even the mighty Caramon might have envied. She looked at her staff in astonishment, the staff that now glowed a bright blue. But there was no time to wonder. Other creatures surrounded her. She swung her glistening staff in a wide arc, holding them at bay, but for how long? Riverwind! Goldmoon's cry woke the plainsman from his terror. Turning, he saw her backing into the forest, keeping the cloaked clerics away with the staff. He grabbed one of the clerics from behind and threw him heavily to the ground. Another jumped at him, while a third sprang forward to Goldmoon. There was a blinding blue flash. A moment ahead of Tanis's cry, Sturm realized the clerics had set a trap and drew his sword. He had seen, through the slats of the old wooden cart, a clawed hand grabbing for the staff. Lunging forward, he had gone to back up Riverwind. But the knight was totally unprepared for the plainsman's reaction at sight of the creature in the cart. Sturm saw Riverwind stagger backwards, helpless, as the creature grabbed a battle axe in its uninjured hand and sprang directly at the barbarian. Riverwind made no move to defend himself. He just stared, his weapon dangling in his hand. Sturm plunged his sword into the creature's back. The thing screamed and whirled around to attack, wrenching the sword from the knight's hand. Slavering and gurgling in its dying rage, the creature wrapped its arms around the startled knight and bore him into the muddy road. Sturm knew the thing that grasped him was dying, and fought to beat down the terror and revulsion he felt at the touch of its slimy skin. The screaming stopped, and he felt the creature go rigid. The knight shoved the body over and quickly started to pull his sword from the creature's back. The weapon didn't budge. He stared at it in disbelief, then yanked on the sword with all his might, even putting his booted foot against the body to gain leverage. The weapon was stuck fast. Furious, he beat the creature with his hands, then drew back in fear and loathing. The thing had turned to stone. Garamon! Sturm yelled as another of the strange clerics leapt towards him, swinging an axe. Sturm ducked, felt a slashing pain, and then was blinded when blood flowed into his eyes. He stumbled, unable to see, and a crushing weight bore him to the ground. Caramon, standing near the front of the cart, started to go to Goldmoon's aid when he heard Sturm's cry. Then two of the creatures bore down on him. Swinging his short sword to force them to keep their distance, Caramon drew his dagger with his left hand. One cleric jumped for him, and Caramon slashed out, his blade biting deep into flesh. He smelled a foul, rotting stench, and saw a sticky green stain appear on the cleric's robes. But the wound appeared just to enrage the creature. It kept coming, saliva dripping from jaws that were the jaws of a reptile, not a man. That's why I was trying to speak with a stiff face, or like a reptile muzzle. You don't get as much lip accentuation. He had fought trolls and goblins, but these horrible clerics completely unnerved him. He felt lost and alone. Then he heard a reassuring whisper next to him. "I am here, my brother." Raceland's calm voice filled his mind. "About time," Caramon gasped, threatening the creature with his sword. "What sort of fell clerics are these?" "Don't stab them," Raceland warned swiftly. "They'll turn to stone. They're not clerics. They're some sort of reptile man. That is the reason for the robes and hoods." Though different as light and shadow, the twins fought well as a team. They exchanged few words during battle, their thoughts merging faster than tongues could translate. Caramon dropped his sword and dagger and flexed his huge arm muscles. The creatures, seeing Caramon drop his weapons, charged forward. Their rags had fallen loose and fluttered about them grotesquely. Caramon grimaced at the sight of the scaled bodies and clawed hands. "Ready," he said to his brother. "Ast Tassak Simiralan Krinawi," Raceland said softly, and he threw a handful of sand into the air. The creatures stopped their wild rush, shook their heads groggily as magical sleep stole over them, but then blinked their eyes. Within moments, they had regained their senses and started forward again. "Magic resistant," Raceland murmured in awe. But that brief interlude of near sleep was long enough for Caramon. Encircling their scrawny reptilian necks with his huge hands, the warrior swept their heads together. The bodies tumbled to the ground, lifeless statues. Caramon looked up to see two more clerics crawling over the stony bodies of their brethren, curved swords gleaming in their wrapped hands. "Stand behind me," ordered Raceland in a hoarse whisper. Caramon reached down and grabbed dagger and sword. He dodged behind his brother, fearful for his twin's safety, yet knowing Raceland could not cast his spell if he stood in the way. Raceland stared intently at the creatures, who, recognizing a magic user, slowed and glanced at each other, hesitant to approach. One dropped to the ground and crawled under the cart. The other sprang forward, sword in hand, hoping to impale the mage before his spell was cast, or at least break the concentration that was so necessary to the spellcaster. Caramon bellowed. Raceland seemed not to hear or see any of them. Slowly he raised his hands, placing his thumbs together. He spread his thin fingers in a fan-like pattern and spoke. "Ker Tangus Miopiar!" Magic coursed through his frail body, and the creature was engulfed in flame. Are they Trogdors, some kind of dragon? I didn't read about consummate V's, though you may not be too far off, Big Sam. You may not be too far off. Also, hi, Heretic, but also, yes, get into, lurk mode if you have to. I hope you had a good time at the concert. Oh, sorry. Do you all know the spell that he just cast? Based on the description written here. Dennis Beauvais. And that this is good old-fashioned black and white classical fantasy art, Galvano Gygaxanar. I'd say you don't see this much anymore, but if anything has brought it back around, it's the OSR movement, the old school Renaissance. I am absolutely a fan. I am a fan of, look at the beautiful Look at the beautiful, painted, vibrant fantasy art here. I do love this stuff. But illustrations like that... Well, there's one coming up. But illustrations, the simple black and white, it carries a completely different feel, a completely different aesthetic to it. And I am such a fan of the classic black and white. Anyway, thumbs together, fingers out, and a sheet of fire erupts. I wonder if there's D&D nerds out there that know the spell. Tanis, recovering from his initial shock, heard Sturm's yell and crashed through the brush out onto the road. He swung the flat of his sword blade like a club and struck the creature that had Sturm pinned to the ground. The cleric fell over with a shriek, and Tanis was able to drag the wounded knight into the brush. Not wall of fire. You're kind of close. Think of that's more of a vertical. Think of a horizontal. What would a horizontal version of that be, Big Sam? Flat of a sword blade like a club and struck the creature that had Sturm pinned to the ground. The cleric fell over with a shriek, and Tanis was able to drag the wounded knight into the brush. My sword, Sturm mumbled, dazed. Blood poured down his face. He tried unsuccessfully to wipe it away. We'll get it, Tanis promised, wondering how. Looking down the road, he could see more creatures swarming out of the woods and heading toward them. Tanis's mouth was dry. We've got to get out of here, he thought, fighting down panic. He forced himself to pause and draw a deep breath. Then he turned to Flint and Tasselhoff, who had run up behind him. Stay here and guard Sturm, he instructed. I'm going to get everyone together. We'll head back into the woods. Not waiting for an answer, Tanis dashed out into the road. But then the flames from Raceland's spell flared out, and he was forced to fling himself to the ground. Yeah, it is effectively a can of hairspray and a Bic lighter. But what's the name of the spell? In fact, I might be able to, I know we're in combat, but maybe this is one of those moments where one of you go, oh, okay. Okay. Just a moment. That was my computer going ba-boing. Come on. Are you all ready? Ah, Goblin of Gygaxanor. Goblin of Gygaxanor, you got it. And I'll show you all as we go over to spells here in the player's handbook. Oh no, wait, that's B. There we go. You hold your hands with thumbs touching and fingers spread. A thin sheet of flame shoots forth from your outstretched fingertips. So if you don't want to, I don't know, I like it like this, but if you go like this. Each creature in a 15-foot cone must make a dex saving throw. A creature takes 3d6 fire damage on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. The fire ignites any flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried. This is what Raceland just did. This is the spell, and as you can see, in 5th edition, how many years later, it is described in a consistent way. Stay here and guard Sturm, he instructed. I'm gonna get everyone together. We'll head back into the woods. Not waiting for an answer, Tanish dashed out onto the road, but then the flames from Raceland's spell flared out and he was forced to fling himself to the ground. The cart began to smoke as the straw pallet the creature had been laying on inside the cart caught fire. Stay here and guard Sturm, Flint muttered, getting a firm grip on his battle axe. For the moment, the creatures coming down the road did not seem to notice the dwarf, or the kender, or the wounded knight, lying in the shadows of the trees. Their attention was on the two small knots of battling warriors. But Flint knew it was only a matter of time. He planted his feet more firmly. Do something for Sturm, he said to Tess irritably. Make yourself useful for once. I'm trying, Tasselhoff replied in a hurt tone, but I can't get the bleeding stopped. He wiped the knight's eyes with a moderately clean handkerchief. There, can you see now? He asked anxiously. Sturm groaned and tried to sit up, but pain flashed through his head and he sank back. My sword, he said. Tasselhoff looked over to see Sturm's two-handed weapon sticking out of the back of the stone cleric. That's fantastic, the wide-eyed Kender said. Look, Flint, Sturm's sword. I know, you fog-brained idiot, Kender, Flint roared as he saw a creature running toward them, its blade drawn. I'll just go get it, Tass said cheerfully to Sturm as he knelt beside him. I won't be a moment. No! Flint yelled, realizing the attacking cleric was out of Tass's line of vision. The creature's wicked curved sword lashed out in a flashing arc, aimed for the dwarf's neck. Flint swung his axe, but at that moment Tasselhoff, his eyes on Sturm's sword, rose to his feet. The Kender's hoopak staff struck the dwarf in the back of the knees, causing Flint's legs to buckle beneath him. The creature's sword whistled harmlessly overhead as the dwarf gave a startled yell and fell over backwards on top of Sturm. Tasselhoff, hearing the dwarf shout, looked back, astonished at an odd sight. A cleric was attacking Flint, and for some reason, the dwarf was laying on his back, legs flailing, when he should have been fighting. What are you doing, Flint? Tass shouted. He nonchalantly struck the creature in the midsection with his hoopak, struck it again on the head as it toppled forward, and watched it fall to the ground unconscious. There, he said irritably to Flint. Do I have to fight your battles for you? The Kender turned and headed back towards Sturm's sword. Fight? For me? The dwarf, sputtering with rage, struggled wildly to stand up. His helm had dipped over his eyes, blinding him. Flint shoved it back just as another cleric bowled into him, knocking the dwarf off his feet again. Tanis found Goldmoon and Riverwind standing back to back, Goldmoon fending off the creatures with her staff. 3 of them lay dead at her feet, their stony remains blackened from the staff's blue flame. Riverwind's sword was caught fast in the guts of another creature. The plainsman had unslung his only remaining weapon, his shortbow, and had an arrow knocked and ready. The creatures were, for the moment, hanging back, discussing their strategy in low, indecipherable tones. Knowing they must rush the plainsmen in a moment, Tanis leaped toward them and smote one of the creatures from behind, using the flat of his sword, then made a backhand swing at another. Come on, he shouted to the plainsmen. This way! Some of the creatures turned at this new attack. Others hesitated. Riverwind fired an arrow and felled one. Then he grabbed Goldmoon's hand, and together they ran toward Tanis, jumping over the stone bodies of their victims. Uh-oh.
So many months.
So many months. Sierra Echo Malreni the Dragon asks, you want to smash? Thank you for the many months. Oh, you know what, Sierra? At 36, you have a brown belt now. Congrats on that. Man, Sierra, you are leveling up. I gotta find where I was now. Okay, here, yeah, it was Tanis found Goldmoon and Riverwind. Come on, he shouted to the plainsman, this way! Some of the creatures turned at this new attack, others hesitated. Riverwind fired an arrow and felled one. Then he grabbed Goldmoon's hand, and together they ran toward Tanis, jumping over the stone bodies of their victims. Tanis let them get past him, fending off the creatures with the flat of his sword. Here, take this dagger, he shouted to Riverwind as the barbarian ran by. Riverwind grabbed it, reversed it, and struck one of the creatures in the jaw. Jabbing upward with the hilt, he broke its neck. There was another flash of blue flame as Goldmoon used her staff to knock another creature out of the way. Then they were into the woods. The wooden cart was burning fiercely now. Peering through the smoke, Tanis caught glimpses of the road. A shiver ran through him as he saw dark-winged forms floating to the ground about a half-mile away on either side of them. The road was cut off in both directions. They were trapped unless they escaped into the woods immediately. He reached the place where he had left Sturm. Goldmoon and Riverwind were there, so was Flint. Where was everyone else? He stared around in the thick smoke, blinking back tears. Help Sturm, he told Goldmoon. Then he turned to Flint, who was trying unsuccessfully to yank his axe out of the chest of a stone creature. Where are Caramon and Raceland? And where's Tass? I told him to stay here. Blasted Kender nearly got me killed, Flint exploded. I hope they carry him off. I hope they use him for dog meat. I hope... In the name of the gods, Tanis swore in exasperation. He made his way through the smoke toward where he had last seen Caramon and Raceland and stumbled across the Kender, dragging Sturm's sword back along the road. The weapon was nearly as big as Tasselhoff, and he couldn't lift it, so he was dragging it through the mud. How did you get that? Tanis asked in amazement, coughing in the thick smoke that boiled around them. Tass grinned, tears streaming down his face from the smoke in his eyes. The creature turned to dust, he said happily. Oh, Tanis, it was wonderful. I walked up and pulled on the sword and it wouldn't come out. So I pulled again and... Not now. Get back to the others. Tanis grabbed the Kender and shoved him forward. Have you seen Caramon and Raceland? But just when he heard the warrior's voice boom out of the smoke. Here we are, Caramon panted. He had his arm around his brother, who was coughing uncontrollably. We have destroyed them all. The big man asked cheerfully. Oh yeah, have we destroyed them? Okay. Have we destroyed them all? The big man asked cheerfully. No, we haven't, Tanis replied grimly. In fact, we've got to get away through the woods to the south. He put his arm around Raceland, and together they hurried back to where the others were huddled by the road, choking in the smoke, yet thankful for its enveloping cover. Sturm was on his feet, his face pale, but the pain in his head was gone, and the wound had quit bleeding. The staff healed him? Tanis asked Goldmoon. She coughed. Not completely. Enough so that he can walk. It has limits, Raceland said, wheezing. Yes, Tanis interrupted. Well, we're heading south into the woods. Caramon shook his head. That's Darkenwood, he began. I know. You'd rather fight the living, Tanis interrupted. How do you feel about that now? The warrior did not answer. More of those creatures are coming from both directions. We can't fight off another assault, but we won't enter Darkenwood if we don't have to. There's a game trail not far from here we can use to reach Prayer's Eye Peak. There we can see the road to the north as well as all other directions. We could go north as far as the cave. The boat's hidden there. This is Riverwind. We could go north as far as the cave. The boat's hidden there. Riverwind. Or no, wait, that was Goldmoon. We could go north as far as the cave. The boat's hidden there, Riverwind suggested. No! Yelled Flint in a strangled voice. Without another word, the dwarf turned and plunged into the forest, running south as fast as his short legs could carry him. All right, let's take another quick break, get up and stretch, because then it's chapter 9, Flight, the White Stag. So hold on tight, get up and move around if you need to. I'll be right back. Just a couple, oh, pardon the hiccup. Just a couple minutes, okay, everyone? Then we're gonna settle in for another chapter. I think I've got about 2 chapters left in me. 2, maybe 3 if it's short. We'll find out. We'll find out. Hold on tight. We're getting through this book together. All right, background music is down. Let's emerge from the portal once more. Hello, it is me. Whew, so if we still have another I'd say at least 2 chapters. I think we can get 2 chapters done still tonight, unless one of them is super short, and then we'll do a third. Before we do that, hello, thanks to all of you who are stopping by. You're listening to the narration. I hope you're enjoying the voices, the narration, me sometimes not putting the correct emphasis on the proper syllable. But look, you're getting to listen to the book for free, ain't you? So come on, cut me some slack. Before we get back to the book, because this is it's a good midpoint, I did want... Oh, hi, ma'am. Oh my goodness! So you couldn't you couldn't wait. You just couldn't wait. Well, you're getting some butt thumps. Here you go. Yep. Meow. 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 A couple things to go over for those of you who have come in more recently. Yeah, are you gonna say hi to them? Are you gonna judge them on camera? Of course you are. That's what you do. Yeah. There we go. That's it. This tail's coming off. Chop, chop, chop. Nope, nope. No more tail. Chop, 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 chop. Meow. Meow. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Hey, Satirical Sage, it's good to see you. No, don't bap at that, please. Okay. Ma'am. Satirical Sage, I see your question there. What I will do, I can give you some advice on air, but also there could be a Minis Maestro might be able to help you in it depends on what you're trying to go for. I mean, if there's exotic colors, you can go for that. If you are going for more natural colors, just look up pictures of people. If your satyr has a particular complexion in the human range, or if you're making him a little more animalistic, look up goats or look up people of any complexion, and you'll see that that lip color it could be whatever you wish, though it's usually not the same as, I guess, what you could say normal skin. But is that you? She's looking at me like, what did you just say? What I thought you said? Maybe she thought I cussed at her. But I would look at a reference for another type of character or creature that you want. Just even look at yourself, satirical. Just look at the mirror. How does your normal complexion compare to your lips? And realize that skin tone, depending on the person, tends to change color in 3 areas. There's an upper skin tone shift, there's a middle skin tone shift, and then there's a lower skin tone shift in selective areas. I'll just leave it like that. And this is an artistic reference. We're keeping it PG-13. All right, heretic. But really the best thing you could do, just look up references. You're not cheating. You're not, I don't know, doing something that somehow violates the spirit of miniature painting. Looking at references of the people or animals you want to base your satyr on is absolutely fine. Nope, that's tail's coming off. Nope, that tail's coming off. Thump. We're chopping it off right here, live on Twitch. Why must you move my microphone arm? Meow, meow, meow. Thump. Look at you. You get pets and rubs all the time. Thumping on your back here, right in between your shoulders. Oh, these powerful muscles you use to jump on everything. Every day's a spa day for you. Because you're spoiled. And you don't even know it. Anyway. So for those of you out there, the Adopt-a-thon is going on. This is a fundraiser for the channel. If you all can pick up a box or two, or if you don't want the minis for yourself, you can direct me to give them away on your behalf. Look at this. On Saturday, look how many boxes. Oh my, it was crazy. So many boxes of minis went out to you all out there in the audience. And there's a little bit more to go. And don't forget that in addition to getting the 10 or equivalent minis in a box, one of these entries is going to win a pre-painted Gargantuan Tiamat. This is a very generous fundraiser and a giveaway to help get the channel solidified for the year and to help me move product out of the office, out of one of the 2 offices. I have 2, I got to go down to 1. At the end of this month, I have to be out of the other office. So the less stuff I have, the better. I certainly would appreciate your all's help. If it's something that that you can throw in to help me out, thank you. And you're gonna get a hell of a deal because the minis you get are under the price that I pay for them through a distributor. Okay. So there's that, and then the last thing is I will show off the 98% finished emotes for the channel that if I can finish this up tonight after narrating to you all, then these might be in place on Twitch for tomorrow's stream. Do you all have favorites out there? Do you have a favorite emote from the new lineup? Now, these are not replacing ones that are already there. These are being added to the repertoire. Okay? Bluejoy says, Lesai, my Pokemon Go has not been tracking my steps since the last few weeks, so I cannot hatch any eggs. I uninstalled and reinstalled it and briefly seemed to fix the issue. Well, the adventure sync is an option in the menu. So if you just by reinstalling it, that might actually keep it to the default adventure sync being off. So just be aware of that, Bluejoy. You'll have to go into the settings, and you have to open up Adventure Sync and tell the app that it's okay to track you that way. Hopefully it will, Bluejoy. There's some things I've been having trouble. So I upgraded to a 25 model phone, and ever since I did that, with whatever the UI is that's different here, when I try to use Calci IV and other things, it'll run for a bit and then it'll turn off in the background, despite me allowing the permission to keep it running in the background the whole time. Ah, so it has been a bit. I think I wear this well. Pardon. All right. So here's the emotes. Again, about 98% finished. I have to do some testing of them, and then we should be good to get these going. My boy, look at him. My boy. All right. Let's go back here. Now, what I have in the background, and careful on spoiling yourself on fan sites and wikis, but this is the 40th anniversary edition, and you can imagine that there's been a lot of stories set in Kryn. So as you might look up these characters in a wiki, if you need refreshed on them or you don't know but you want to know more, then just bear that in mind. You could be spoiling events yet to unfold in this story, okay? But that's the site that is over here. It is located up here. All right. We are picking up now on Chapter 9, Flight, the White Stag. The companions stumbled through the thick woods as fast as they could and soon reached the game trail. Caramon took the lead, sword in hand, eyeing every shadow. His brother followed, one hand on Caramon's shoulder, his lips set in grim determination. The rest came after, their weapons drawn. But they saw no more of the creatures. "Why are they chasing us?" Flint asked after they traveled about an hour. Tanis scratched his beard. He had been wondering about the same thing. "They don't need to," he said finally. "We're trapped. They've undoubtedly blocked all the exits from the forest, with the exception of Darken Wood." "Darken Wood," Goldmoon repeated softly. "Is it truly necessary to go that way?" "It may not be," Tanis said. "We'll get a look around from Prayer's Eye Peak." Suddenly, they heard Caramon walking ahead of them shout. Running forward, Tanis found Raceland had collapsed. "I'll be all right," the mage whispered. "But I must rest." "We can all use rest," Tanis said. No one answered. All sank down wearily, catching their breath in quick, sharp gasps. Sturm closed his eyes and leaned against a moss-covered rock. His face was a ghastly shade of grayish white. Blood had matted along his mustaches and caked his hair. The wound was a jagged slash, turning slowly purple. Tanis knew that the knight would die before he said a word of complaint. "Don't worry," Sturm said harshly. "Just give me a moment's peace." Tanis gripped the knight's hand briefly, then went to sit beside Riverwind. Neither spoke for long minutes. Then Tanis asked, "You fought those creatures before, haven't you?" "In the Broken City," Riverwind shuddered. "It all came back to me when I looked inside the cart and saw that thing leering at me. At least," he paused, shook his head, then gave Tanis a half smile. "At least I know that I'm not going insane. Those horrible creatures really do exist. I had wondered sometimes." "I can imagine," Tanis murmured. "So these creatures are spreading all over Krynn, unless your Broken City was near here." "No. I came into Kuei-Shu out of the east. It was far from Solace, beyond the plains of my homeland." "What do you suppose those creatures meant? Saying they had Oh, I'm sorry, this is Goldmoon. What do you suppose those creatures meant? Saying they had tracked you to our village?" Goldmoon asked slowly, laying her cheek on his leather tunic sleeve, slipping her hand around his arm. "Don't worry," Riverwind said, taking her hand in his. "The warriors there would deal with them." "Riverwind, do you remember what you were going to say?" she prompted. "Yes, you are right. You are right." Riverwind replied, stroking her silver gold hair. He looked at Tanis and smiled. For an instant, the expressionless mask was gone, and Tanis saw warmth deep within the man's own eyes. I give my thanks to you, Half-Elven, and to you and to all of you. His glance flickered over everyone. You have saved our lives more than once, and I have been ungrateful. But, he paused, it's all so strange. It's going to get stranger. Raceland's voice was ominous. The companions were drawing nearer Prayer's Eye Peak. They had been able to see it from the road, rising above the forests. Its split peak looked like two hands pressed together in prayer, thus the name. The rain had stopped. The woods were deathly quiet. The companions began to think that the forest animals and birds had vanished from the land, leaving an eerie, empty silence behind. All of them felt uneasy, except perhaps Tasselhoff, and kept peering over their shoulders or drawing their swords at shadows. Sturm insisted on walking rear guard, but he began lagging behind as the pain in his head increased. He was becoming dizzy and nauseated. Soon he lost all conception of where he was and what he was doing. He knew only that he must keep walking, placing one foot in front of the other, moving forward like one of Tass's automatons. How did Tass's story go? Sturm tried to remember it through a haze of pain. These automatons served a wizard who had summoned a demon to carry the Kender away. It was nonsense, like all the Kender stories. Sturm put one foot in front of the other. Nonsense, like the old man's stories. The old man in the inn. Stories of the white stag and ancient gods, Paladin. Stories of Huma. Sturm clasped his hands on his throbbing temples, as if he could hold his splitting head together. Huma. As a boy, Sturm had fed on stories of Huma. His mother, daughter of a knight of Solamnia. Lowercase s, I found a typo. 2 out of 10, can't recommend. That's it. I'm chucking the book. The whole thing's gone. Get out of here. Married to a knight, had known no other stories to tell her son. Sturm's thoughts turned to his mother, his pain making him think of her, her tender ministrations, when he was sick or hurt. Sturm's father had sent his wife and their son into exile because the boy, his only heir, was a target for those who would see the Knights of Solamnia, now capitalized, banished forever from the face of Krynn. Sturm and his mother took refuge in Solace. Sturm made friends readily, particularly with one other boy, Caramon, who shared his interest in all things military. But Sturm's proud mother considered the people beneath her, and so when the fever consumed her, she had died alone, except for her teenage son. She had commended the boy to his father, if his father still lived, which Sturm was beginning to doubt. After his mother's death, the young man became a seasoned warrior under the guidance of Tanis and Flint, who adopted Sturm as they had unofficially adopted Caramon and Raceland. Together with Tasselhoff, The travel-loving Kender, and on occasion the twins' wild and beautiful half-sister Kitiara, Sturm and his friends escorted Flint on his journeys through the lands of Banasinia, plying his trade as metalsmith. 5 years ago, however, the companions decided to separate to investigate reports of evil growing in the land. They vowed to meet again at the inn of the last home. Sturm had traveled north to Solamnia, determined to find his father and his heritage. He found nothing, and only narrowly escaped with his life, and his father's sword and armor. The journey to his homeland was a harrowing experience. Sturm had known the knights were reviled, but he had been shocked to realize just how deep the bitterness against them ran. Huma, Lightbringer, Knight of Solamnia, had driven back the darkness years ago during the Age of Dreams, and thus began the Age of Might. Then came the Cataclysm, when the gods abandoned man, according to the popular belief. The people had turned to the knights for help, as they had turned to Huma in the past, but Huma was long dead. The knights could only watch helplessly as terror rained down from heaven and Kryn was smote asunder. The people had cried to the knights, but they could do nothing, and the people had never forgiven them. Standing in front of his family's ruined castle, Sturm vowed that he would restore the honor of the Knights of Solamnia. If it was meant, he must sacrifice his life in the attempt. But how could he do that fighting a bunch of clerics? He wondered bitterly, the trail dimming before his eyes. He stumbled, caught himself quickly. Huma had fought dragons. Give me dragons, Sturm dreamed. He lifted his eyes. The leaves blurred into golden mist, and he knew he was going to faint. Then he blinked. Everything came sharply into focus. Before him rose Prayer's Eye Peak. He and his companions had arrived at the foot of the old glacial mountain. He could see trails twisting and winding up the wooded slope. Trails used by Solace residents to reach picnic spots on the eastern side of the peak. Next to one of the well-worn paths stood a white stag. Sturm stared. The stag was the most magnificent animal the knight had ever seen. It was huge, standing several hands taller than any other stag the knight had hunted. It held its head proudly, its splendid rack gleaming like a crown. Its eyes were deep brown against its pure white fur, and it gazed at the knight intently, as if it knew him. Then, with a slight shake of its head, the stag bounded away to the southwest. "Stop!" the knight called out hoarsely. The others whirled around in alarm, drawing weapons. Tanis came running back to him. "What is it, Sturm?" The knight involuntarily put his hand to his aching head. "I'm sorry, Sturm," Tanis said. "I didn't realize you were as sick as this. We can rest. We're at the foot of Prayer's Eye Peak. I'm going to climb the mountain and see..." "No, look!" The knight gripped Tanis' shoulder and turned him around. He pointed. "See it? The white stag." "The white stag?" Tanis stared in the direction the knight indicated. "Where? I don't..." "There," Sturm said softly. He took a few steps forward toward the animal, who had stopped and seemed to be waiting for him. The stag nodded its great head. It darted away again just a few steps, then turned to face the knight once more. "He wants us to follow him," Sturm gasped. "Like Huma." The others had gathered around the knight now, regarding him with expressions that ranged from deeply concerned obviously skeptical. I see no stag of any color, Riverwind said, his dark eyes scanning the forest. Head wound. Caramon nodded like a charlatan cleric. Come on, Sturm. Lie down. Rest a while. You great blithering idiot, the knight snarled at Caramon. With your brains in your stomach, it's just as well you do not see the stag. You would probably shoot it and cook it. I tell you this, we must follow it. The madness of the head wound, Riverwind whispered to Tanis. I have seen it often. I'm not sure, Tanis said. He was silent for a few moments. When he spoke, it was with obvious reluctance. Though I've not seen the white stag myself, I have been with one who has, and I have followed it, like in the old man's story. His hand absently fingered the ring of twisted ivy leaves that he wore on his left hand, his thoughts with the golden-haired elf maiden who wept when he left Qualinesti. You're suggesting we follow an animal we can't see? Caramon said, his jaw going slack. It would not be the strangest thing that we have done, Raceland commented sarcastically in a whispering voice. No, remember, it was the old man who told the tale of the white stag, and the old man who got us into this. It was our own choice to get into this, Tanis snapped. We could have turned the staff over to the High Theocrat and talked our way out of the predicament. We've talked our way out of worse. I say we follow Sturm. He has been chosen, apparently, just as Riverwind was chosen to receive the staff. But it's not even leading us in the right direction, Caramon argued. You know as well as I do that there are no trails through the western part of the woods. No one ever goes there. All the better, Goldmoon said suddenly. Tanis said those creatures must have paths blocked. Maybe this is a way out. I say we follow the knight. She turned and started off with Sturm, not even glancing back at the others, obviously accustomed to being obeyed. Riverwind shrugged and shook his head, scowling darkly. But he walked after Goldmoon, and the others followed. The knight left the well-trodden paths of Prayer's Eye Peak behind, moving in a southwesterly direction up the slope. At first, it appeared Caramon was right. There were no trails. Sturm was crashing through the brush like a madman. Then, suddenly, a smooth, wide trail opened up ahead of them. Tanis stared at it in amazement. What or who cleared this trail? He asked Riverwind, who was also examining it with a puzzled expression. I don't know, the plainsman said. It's old. That felled tree has lain there long enough to sink over halfway into the dirt, and it's covered with moss and vines. But there are no tracks, other than Sturm's. There's no sign of anyone or any animal passing through here. Yet, why isn't it overgrown? Tanis couldn't answer that, and he couldn't take the time to think about it. Sturm forged ahead rapidly. All the party could do was try to keep him in sight. Goblins, boats, lizard men, invisible stags. What next? Complained Flint to the Kender. I wish I could see the stag, Tess said wistfully. Get hit on the head, the dwarf snorted. Although with you, we probably couldn't tell the difference. The companions followed Sturm, who was climbing with a wild kind of elation, his pain and wound forgotten. Tanis had difficulty catching up with the knight. When he did, he was alarmed at the fervent gleam in Sturm's eyes, but the knight was obviously being guided by something. The trail led them up the slope of Prayer's Eye Peak. Tanis saw that it was taking them to the gap between the hands of stone, the quote-unquote hands of stone, a gap that, as far as he knew, no one had ever entered before. Wait a moment, he gasped, running to catch up with Sturm. It was nearly midday, he guessed, though the sun was still hidden by jagged gray clouds. Let's rest. I'm going to take a look at the land from over there. He pointed to a rock ledge that jutted out from the side of the peak. Rest, repeated Sturm vaguely, stopping and catching his breath. He stared ahead for a moment, then turned to Tanis. Yeah, we'll rest. His eyes gleamed brightly. Are you all right? Fine, Sturm said absently, and paced around the grass, gently stroking and smoothing his mustaches. Tanis looked at him a moment, irresolute, then went back to the others who were just coming over the crest of a small rise. We're going to rest here, the half-elf said. Raceland breathed a sigh of relief and sank down in the wet leaves. I'm going to have a look north, see what's going on back at the roads to Haven, Tanis added. I'll come with you, Riverwind offered. Tanis nodded and the two left the path, heading for the rock ledge. Tanis glanced at the tall warrior as they walked together. He was beginning to feel comfortable with the stern, serious plainsman. A deeply private person himself, Riverwind respected the privacy of others and would never think of probing the boundaries Tanis set around his soul. This was as relaxing to the half-elf as a night's unbroken sleep. He knew that his friends, simply because they were his friends and had known him for years, were speculating on his relationship with Kitiara. Why had he chosen to break it off so abruptly 5 years ago? And why then his obvious disappointment when she failed to join them? Riverwind, of course, knew nothing about Kitiara, but Tanis had the feeling that if he did, he would be all the same to the plainsmen. It was Tanis's business, not his. When they were within sight of the Haven Road, they crawled the last few feet, inching their way along the wet rock until they came to the rim of the ledge. Tanis, looking below and to the east, could see the old picnic paths disappearing around the side of the mountain. Riverwind pointed, and Tanis realized there were creatures moving along these picnic trails. That explains the uncanny hush in the forest. Tanis pressed his lips together grimly. The creatures must be waiting. Oh, sorry, Ron. Ooh. The creatures must be waiting to ambush them. Sturm and his white stag had probably saved their lives. But it wouldn't take the creatures long to find this new trail. Tanis glanced below him and blinked. There was no trail. There was nothing but thick, impenetrable forest. The trail had closed around behind them. I must be imagining things, he thought, and he turned his eyes back to Haven Road and the many creatures moving along it. It hadn't taken them long to get organized, he thought. He gazed further to the north and saw the still powerful waters of Crystal Mere Lake. Then his glance... Sorry, I gotta angle this a little bit more light. There we go. Then his glance traveled to the horizon. He frowned. There was something wrong. He couldn't place it immediately, so he said nothing to Riverwind, but stared at the skyline. Storm clouds massed in the north, more thickly than ever, long gray fingers raking the land. And reaching up to meet them, that was it. Gripping Riverwind's arm, Tanis stabbed his finger northward. Riverwind looked, squinting, seeing nothing at first. Then he saw it. Black smoke drifting into the sky. His thick, heavy brows concentrated. Campfires, Tanis said. Many hundred campfires, Riverwind amended softly. The fires of war. That is an army encampment. So, the rumors are confirmed, Sturm said when they returned. There is an army to the north. But what army? Whose and why? What are they doing? Oh, wait, this is Karamon. But what army? Whose and why? What are they going to attack? Karamon laughed incredulously. No one would send an army after the staff. The warrior paused. Would they? The staff is but a part of this, Raceland hissed. Remember the fallen stars. Children's stories, Flint sniffed. He upended the empty wineskin, shook it, and sighed. My stories are not for children, Raceland said viciously, twisting up from the leaves like a snake. And you would do well to heed my word, dwarf. There it is. There's the stag, Sturm said suddenly, his eyes staring straight at a large boulder, or so it seemed to his companions. It is time to go. The knight began walking. The others hastily gathered their gear together and hurried after him. As they climbed ever further up the trail, which seemed to materialize before them as they went, the wind switched and began blowing from the south. It was a warm breeze, carrying with it the fragrance of late-blooming autumn wildflowers. It drove back the storm clouds, and just as they came to the cleft between the two halves of the peak, the sun broke free. It was well past midday when they had stopped to rest for one more brief period before attempting the climb through this narrow gap between the walls of Prayer's Eye Peak, through which Sturm said they must go. The stag had led the way, he insisted. It'll be supper time soon, Karamon said. He heaved a gusty sigh, staring at his feet. And I could eat my boots. They're beginning to look good to me, too, Flint said grumpily. I wish that stag was flesh and blood. It might be useful for something besides getting us lost. Shut up, Sturm turned to the dwarf in a sudden rage, his fists clenched. Tanis rose quickly, put his hand on the knight's shoulder, holding him back. Sturm stood, staring at the dwarf, mustaches quivering. Then he jerked away from Tanis. Let's go, he muttered. As the companions entered the narrow defile, they could see clear blue sky on the other side. The south wind whistled across the steep white walls of the peak soaring above them. They walked carefully, small stones causing their feet to slip more than once. Fortunately, the way was so narrow that they could easily regain their balance by catching themselves against the steep walls. After about 30 minutes of walking, they came out on the other side of Prayer's Eye Peak. They halted, staring down into a valley. Lush, grassy meadowland flowed in green waves before them to lap on the shores of a light green aspen forest far to the south. The storm clouds were behind them, and the sun shone brightly in a clear azure sky. For the first time, they found their cloaks too heavy, except for Raceland, who remained huddled in his red hooded cape. Flint had spent the morning complaining about the rain, and now started in on the sunshine. It was too bright, glaring into his eyes. It was too hot, beating down on his helm. "They say we throw the dwarf off the mountain," growled Caramon to Tanis. Tanis grinned. He'd rattle all the way down and give away our position. "Who's down there to hear him?" Caramon said, gesturing toward the valley with his broad hand. "I bet we're the first living beings to set eyes on this valley." "First living beings," Raceland breathed. "You are right there, my brother." Oh wait, this is Raceland. "First living beings," Raceland breathed. "You are right there, my brother, for you look on darkened wood." No one spoke. Riverwind shifted uncomfortably. Goldmoon crept over to stand beside him, staring down into the green trees, her eyes wide. Flint cleared his throat and fell silent, stroking his long beard. Sturm regarded the forest calmly. So did Tasselhoff. "Doesn't look bad at all," the Kender said cheerfully, sitting cross-legged on the ground, a sheaf of parchment spread out on his knees. He was drawing a map with a bit of charcoal, attempting to trace their way up Prayer's Eye Peak. "Looks are as deceptive as light-fingered Kender," Raceland whispered harshly. Tasselhoff frowned, started to retort, then caught Tanis's eye and went back to his drawing. Tanis walked over to Sturm. The knight stood out on a ledge, the south wind blowing back against his long hair and whipping his frayed cave about him. "Sturm, where is the stag? Do you see it now?" "Yes," Sturm answered. He pointed downward. "It walked across the meadow. I can see its trail in the tall grass. It has gone into the aspens there." "Gone into darkened wood," Tanis murmured. "Who says that's darkened wood?" Sturm turned his face to Tanis. "Raceland? Bah! He is Magi," Tanis said. "He is crazed," Sturm replied. Then he shrugged. "But say here, roofed on the side of the peak if you like, Tanis. I will follow the stag. As did Huma, even if it leads me into darkened wood." Wrapping his cloak around him, Sturm climbed down the ledge and began to walk along a winding trail that led down the mountainside. Tanis returned to the others, the stags leading him on in... Oh, I'm sorry, this is him talking. "The stags leading him on a straight path right into the forest," he said. "How certain are you that this forest is darkened wood, Raceland?" "How certain is one of anything, half-elven?" the mage replied. "I am not certain of drawing my next breath. But go ahead. Walk into the wood that has no living man ever walked out of. Death is life's one great certainty, Tanis." "I'm going with Sturm," he said suddenly. "But I'll be responsible. or no one else in this decision. The rest of you may follow as you choose. I'm coming! Tasselhoff rolled his map up and slipped it into his scroll case. He scrambled to his feet, sliding in the loose rock. Ghosts! Flint scowled at Raceland, snapped his fingers derisively, then stumped over to stand behind the half-elf. Goldmoon followed unhesitatingly, though her face was pale. Riverwind joined the group more slowly, his face thoughtful. Tanis was relieved. The barbarians had many frightening legends of Darkenwood. He knew. And finally, Raceland moved forward so rapidly he took his brother completely by surprise. Tanis regarded the mage with a slight smile. Why do you come? He couldn't help asking. Because you will need me, half-elven, the mage hissed. Besides, where would you have us go? You have allowed us to be led this far, where there can be no turning back. It is the ogre's choice you offer us, Tanis. Die fast, or die slow. He set off down the side of the peak. Coming, brother? The others glanced uneasily at Tanis as the brothers passed. The half-elf felt like a fool. Raceland was right, of course. He'd let this go far beyond his control, then made it seem as if it was their decision, not his, allowing him to go forward with a clear conscience. Angrily, he picked up a rock and hurled it far down the mountainside. Why was it his responsibility in the first place? Why had he gotten involved, when all he had wanted was to find Kitiara and tell her his mind was made up? He loved her and wanted her. Oh, I don't have it here. I'll have to get something for a moment like that. He could accept her human frailties as he had learned to accept his own. But Kit hadn't come back to him. She had a new lord, quote unquote. Maybe that's why he'd... Oh, Tanis! The Kender's voice floated up to him. I'm coming, he muttered. The sun was just beginning to dip into the west when the companions reached the edge of the forest. Tanis figured they had at least 3 or 4 hours of daylight left, if the stag continued to lead them on smooth, clear trails. They might be able to get through this forest before darkness fell. Sturm waited for them beneath the aspens, resting comfortably in the leafy green shade. The companions left the meadow slowly, none of them in any hurry to enter the woods. The stag entered here, Sturm said, rising to his feet and pointing into the tall grass. Tanis saw no tracks. He took a drink of water from his nearly empty water skin and stared into the forest. As Tasselhoff had said, the wood did not seem sinister. In fact, it looked cool and inviting after the harsh brilliance of the autumn sunshine. Maybe there'll be some game in here, Caramon said, rocking back on his heels. Not stags, of course, he added hastily. Rabbits, maybe. Shoot nothing. Eat nothing. Drink nothing. From Darken Wood, Raceland whispered. Tanis looked at the mage, whose hourglass eyes were dilated. The metallic skin shone a ghastly color in the strong sunlight. Raceland leaned upon his staff, shivering as if from a chill. Children's stories, Flint muttered. But the dwarf's voice lacked conviction. Although Tanis knew Raceland's flair for the dramatic, he had never seen the mage affected like this before. What do you sense, Raceland? He asked quietly. There is a great and powerful magic laid upon this wood, whispered Raceland. Evil? Asked Tanis. Only to those who bring evil in with them, the mage stated. And you are the only one who need fear for this forest, Sturm told the mage coldly. Caramon's face flushed an ugly red. His hand fumbled for his sword. Sturm's hand went to his blade. Tanis gripped Sturm's arm as Raceland touched his brother. The mage stared at the knight, his golden eyes glimmering. We shall see, Raceland said, the words nothing more than hissing sounds flicking between his teeth. We shall see. Then, leaning heavily upon his staff, Raceland turned to his brother. Coming. Caramon glared angrily at Sturm, then entered the wood, walking beside his twin. The others moved after them, leaving only Tanis and Flint standing in the long, waving grass. I'm getting too old for this, Tanis, the dwarf said suddenly. Nonsense, the half-elf replied, smiling. You fought like a... No, I don't mean the bones or the muscles. The dwarf looked at his gnarled hands. Though they're old enough. I mean the spirit. Years ago, before the others were born, you and I would have walked into a magic wood without giving it second thought. How? Cheer up, Tanis said. He tried to sound light, though he was deeply disturbed by the dwarf's unusual somberness. He studied Flint closely for the first time since meeting outside Solace. The dwarf looked old, but then Flint had always looked old. His face, whatever could be seen through the mass of gray beard and mustaches and overhanging white eyebrows, was brown and wrinkled and cracked like old leather. The dwarf grumbled and complained, but then Flint had always grumbled and complained. The change was in the eyes. The fiery luster was gone. Don't let Raceland get to you, Tanis said. We'll sit around the fire tonight and laugh at his ghost stories. I suppose so, Flint sighed. He was silent a moment, then said, Someday I'll show you up, Tanis. I don't ever want you to think, why do I put up with this grumbling old dwarf? Because I need you, grumbling old dwarf, Tanis said, putting his hand on the dwarf's heavy-set shoulder. He motioned into the wood after the others. I need you, Flint. They're all so young. You're like a solid rock that I can set my back against as I wield my sword. Flint's face flushed in pleasure. He tugged at his beard, then cleared his throat gruffly. Yes, well, you always were sentimental. Come along, we're wasting time. I want to get through this confounded forest as fast as possible. Then he muttered, I'm just glad it's daylight. Thus ends Chapter 9. I'll take a quick break to freshen up. And I think we can get through Chapter 10 tonight, everyone. Chapter 10 is Darken Wood, The Dead Walk, and Raceland's Magic. But I have a little catching up in chat to do here. Sierra Echo says, well, if the book needs a good home, I've got space on my shelves for a less than perfect edition. Flog the editor, demands Satirical Sage. Party needs a short rest, Sturm. You're seeing yeah, that is a classic short rest. Heretic Trance says, funny story. Took a vacation day from my 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. job to go see a concert at 8 p.m. So, of course, my nasty heifer foreman was calling at 3:02 p.m. to try and make me do overtime. 2.5 hours at 1.5 times pay, when she shouldn't have been calling at all. Went to the concert, loved it. Was sitting here watching the stream when the security dispatcher called at 11:28 p.m. wanting to know why my building was unlocked. After the I don't know why, I didn't work tonight explanation, he called and woke up the nasty heifer foreman and got me authorized to go to the building on a callback. Drive there, unlock an open door, enter 4-digit alarm code, leave and lock door. Sit in car for 5 minutes, call security back. Problem with the phone line, alarm won't go through. Callbacks are automatically 3 hours at 1.5 times pay. Working time, less than 2 minutes. But I get those 3 hours of overtime regardless. So it was a pain in the rear, but it sounds like it's a payday for you, Heretic. Hope you got a shirt at the concert that they just covered then. You made out like a bandit. Yeah, and then there's the Copia leave right there. Woo, 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 woo. Enjoy the fun money, Heretic, or bill money, whatever it's going towards. You got a nice little paycheck from that. I guess it says something about the security system if it's relying on a phone line and not an internet connection. All right, let's take a quick break. I need to stretch my back out. I think I can get through this last chapter. Let's get through one more chapter. Apparently there's some undead. If any of you out there like the undead. Let's see what it has to offer us, and I will be back in just a few minutes, okay? Okay, I have returned, whether you like it or not. Ah. Time to get back to it. We have one more chapter to get through tonight. I don't think it would take too long to do. But if we look, oh, there's some gnarly art coming up. Look at this. Chapter 10, Darken Wood, The Dead Walk, Raceland's Magic. Sorry for what I sent you in Discord. Make sure you read the... Oh, I did read that while I was up, yeah. No, I don't know why you're apologizing. I'll take a look at it, and I'll abide by what it requires. No problem. Bane, I am going to be very selfish and greedy this year. This is my year. I'm sharing it with you all as much as I can, but everything I'm doing is, I mean, not that I was pressured or bullied in prior years, but I think I was holding myself to some sort of an unreasonable standard where, it was an unreasonable standard where I was forcing myself into these arcs, which maybe some of you appreciated, but you know, there was not, it wasn't providing any kind of excellent or like even super measurable growth or sustained activity or increased engagement. I made a slightly sarcastic comment on Discord about it, and I know not everyone has the notice me roll. And look, there's about 1,100 people on Discord, and I asked several hours before going live, do you all want me to continue reading or no? You know, I'm fine with a no. What are your thoughts? And I had what, 6 people reply out of 1,100 who are on the server. So a lot of and it makes me think, and this isn't me going, oh, no one likes me, or it has nothing to do with my ego. I just wonder, because I don't get feedback otherwise, what are people doing in the server if they hardly interact with the channel? And it doesn't even have to be buy something, buy minis, do the adopt-a-thon. Just if they hardly ever post and they hardly ever show up to the channel here, why are people even on the Discord? And I have a small one. You know, there are Discords where there's 10,000 people or whatever, right? And hardly anyone talks, or in a Discord of 10,000 people, the same 100 people are the ones talking and no one else does. So I understand it. These questions are meant to be rhetorical and reflective. How can I increase engagement? How can I, how can I even grow what I already have with you all? If a fraction of the people on Discord, let alone the followers on Twitch, were stopping by the channel, this place would be gangbusters, and I would make partner, and I employ that partner. I'd employ that partner status to the best of my ability to keep growing and doing awesome, cool stuff. So, am I not engaging? Am I not fun? Are people just following because of the giveaways and that's it? And that's as far as any sort of relationship goes. Which, hey, I get it. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't do giveaways. But even when I do, I might have, what, 20-ish people here? GMV, I'm not looking to guilt anyone or be passive aggressive. I state this stuff because if I don't think about it, then I can't interact with it. I can't interface better. I can't grow or develop or do something differently. And I get it, Bane. You're busy, and when you stepped up to take the Sword of Moderation, that was a known quantity. I don't want any of you to feel guilty or something. This is not. I get. Look, over the past several years, there has been so much like cancel culture, know you, reverse BS on people, a lot of passive aggressiveness or whatever. I'm tired of that, and I'm not giving that to you. But I can also just speak plainly what's on my mind. You know, there's what? There's 4,100 followers of the channel. 1,100 of those are on Discord, so about a quarter. And of Discord's 1,100, I have 20 people watching. So, I mean, you want to talk about like super diminished like returns, and you know, the new follower count that hasn't been growing, and I have to ask myself, am I not engaging, or because YouTube has made this shift, and others probably in whatever algorithm cartel there is, which I'm sure that there isn't legally. Whatever algorithm cartel there is, you know, this sort of stuff could be something that is, whether or not it's interesting to people, it's not suggested, it's not put out there. You know, the rose has fallen off the bloom or whatever, or the stem or however that goes. And it could be a lot of people joined and they just haven't not, you know, they haven't unjoined, they haven't unfollowed or whatever. And, you know, because we're past COVID lockdown, we're past a lot of this other stuff, and we've entered into this new age here of post cancel culture, post managed decline of entertainment and pop culture, post this just Weekend at Bernie's style economy, and other things that have really just had people clench up, and it's understandable why. So if the sun is coming up, if spring is on the horizon from a long winter, well, how do I interact with that? How can I try and grow? I don't need 10,000, 100,000 followers in order to, I guess, like, feel successful or popular. If I wanted to be popular, I'm I don't know if I'm the right guy for that. But I do see stagnancy, right? I do see that there's a stagnant something. And is it on me? Am I not engaging as much as I could in other ways? Am I no longer compelling? People have heard my story, they joined because it was neat, but they only hear or care about it so much until it's just, I don't care anymore. So, hi, Kragar. And Heretic Trance is bonking me. No, fool, you're supposed to think of your health, mental, physical, otherwise first. I think about it. I need to act on it more. And when it gets a little bit warmer, I will be taking my bicycle out. I've packed on some winter pounds, and I'm not happy about that. And I want to get out and do more with that. Any old who. We're in chapter 10. Darken Wood. The Dead Walk. Raceland's Magic. The only thing Tanis felt on entering the forest was relief at being out of the glare of this autumn sun. The half-elf recalled all the legends he had heard about Darken Wood, stories of ghosts told around the fire at night, and he kept in mind Raceland's foreboding. But all Tanis felt was that the forest was so much more alive than any other he had entered. There was no deathly hush as they had experienced earlier. Small animals chattered in the brush. Birds fluttered in the high branches above them. Insects with gaily colored wings flitted past. Leaves rustled and stirred. Flowers swayed, though no breeze touched them, as if the plants reveled in being alive. All of the companions entered the forest, with their hands on their weapons, wary and watchful and distrustful. After a time of trying to avoid making leaves crunch, Tass said it seemed kind of silly, and they relaxed, all except Raceland. They walked for about 2 hours, traveling at a smooth but rapid, easy pace along a smooth and clear trail. Shadows lengthened as the sun made its downward slide. Tanis felt at peace in this forest. He had no fear that the awful winged creatures could follow them here. Evil seemed out of place, unless, as Raceland said, one brought one's own evil into the wood. Tanis looked at the mage. Raceland walked alone, his head bowed. The shadows of the forest trees seemed to gather thickly around the young mage. Tanis shivered and realized that the air was turning cool as the sun dropped below the treetops. It was time to begin thinking about making camp for the night. Tanis pulled out Tasselhoff's map to study it once more before the light faded. The map was of elven design, and written across the forest in flowing script were the words Darken Wood. But the woods themselves were only vaguely outlined, and Tanis couldn't be certain if the words pertained to this forest or one farther south. Raceland must be wrong. Tanis decided this can't be Darken Wood, or if so, its evil was simply a product of the mage's imagination. They walked on. Soon it was twilight, that time of evening when the dying light makes everything most vivid and distinct. The companions began to lag. Raceland limped, and his breath came in wheezing gasps. Sturm's face turned ashen. The half-elf was just about to call a halt for the night, when, as if anticipating his wishes, the trail led them right to a large green glade. Clear water bubbled up from underground and trickled down smooth rocks to form a shallow brook. The glade was blanketed with thick, inviting grass. Tall trees stood guard duty on the edges. As they saw the glade, the sun's light reddened, then faded, and the misty shades of night crept around the trees. "Do not leave the path," Raceland intoned as his companions started to enter the glade. Tanis sighed. "Raceland," he said patiently, "we'll be all right. The path is in plain sight, not 10 feet away. Come on, you've got to rest. We all do. Look." Tanis held out the map. "I don't think this is Darken Wood, according to this." Raceland ignored the map with disdain. The rest of the companions ignored the mage and, moving off the path, began setting up camp. Sturm sank down against a tree, his eyes closed in pain, while Caramon stared at the smaller fleeting shadows with a hungry eye. At a signal from Caramon, Tasselhoff slipped off into the forest after firewood. Watching them, the mage's face twisted in a sardonic smile. "You are all fools. This is Darken Wood, as you will see before the night is ended." He shrugged. "But, as you say, I need rest." However, I will not leave the path. Raceland sat down on the trail, his staff beside him. Caramon flushed in embarrassment as he saw the others exchanging amused glances. Oh, Raced, the big man said. Join us. Tess is gone for wood, and maybe I can shoot a rabbit. Shoot nothing! Raceland actually spoke above a whisper, making everyone start. Harm nothing in darkened wood. Neither plant, nor tree, bird, nor animal. I agree with Raceland, Tana said. We have to spend the night here, and I don't want to kill any animal in this forest if we don't have to. Elves never want to kill, period, Flint grumbled. The magician scares us to death, and you starve us. Well, if anything does attack us tonight, I hope it's edible. You and me both, dwarf. Caramon heaved a sigh, went over to the creek, and began trying to assuage his hunger by drowning it. Tasselhoff returned with firewood. I didn't cut it, he assured Raceland. I just picked it up. But even Riverwind couldn't make the wood catch fire. The wood is wet, she stated, finally, and tossed his... Oh, no, that's Goldmoon. The wood is wet. The wood is wet, he stated finally, and tossed his tinderbox back into his pack. We need light, Flint said uneasily, as night shadows closed in thickly. Sounds in the woods that had been innocent in the daytime now seemed sinister and threatening. Surely you do not fear children's stories, Raceland hissed. Maybe I think I have a good track in mind for... No, snapped the dwarf. I just want to make certain the candor doesn't rifle my pack in the dark. Very well, said Raceland, with unusual mildness. He spoke his word of command. Shadak! A pale white light shone from the crystal on the tip of the mage's staff. It was a ghostly light, and did little to brighten the darkness. In fact, it seemed to emphasize the menace in the night. There, you have light, the mage whispered softly. He thrust the bottom of the staff into the wet ground. It was then Tanis realized his elven vision was gone. He should have been able to see the warm red outlines of his companions, but they were nothing more than darker shadows against the starry darkness of the glade. The half-elf didn't say anything to the others, but the peaceful feeling he had been enjoying was pierced by a sliver of fear. I'll take first watch, Sturm offered heavily. I shouldn't sleep with this head wound anyway. I once knew a man who did, and he never woke up. We'll watch in twos, Tanis said. I'll take first watch with you. The others opened packs and began making up beds in the grass, except for Raceland. He remained sitting on the trail, the light of his staff shining on his bowed, hooded head. Sturm settled down beneath a tree. Tanis walked over to the brook and drank thirstily. Suddenly, he heard a strangled cry behind him. He drew his sword and stood, all in one motion. The others had their weapons drawn. Only Raceland sat, unmoving. "Put your swords away," he said. "They will do you no good. Only a weapon of powerful magic could harm these." An army of warriors surrounded them. That alone would have been enough to chill anyone's blood. But the companions could have dealt with that. What they couldn't handle was the horror that overwhelmed and numbed their senses. Each one recalled Caramon's flippant comment, "They'll fight the living any day of the week, but not the dead." These warriors were dead. Nothing more than fleeting, fragile white light outlined their bodies. It was as if the human warmth that had been theirs while they lived lingered on horribly after death. The flesh had rotted away, leaving behind the body's image as remembered by the soul. The soul apparently remembered other things too. Each warrior was dressed in an ancient remembered armor. Each warrior carried remembered weapons that could inflict well-remembered death. But the undead needed no weapons. They could kill from fear alone, or by the touch of their grave, cold hands. How can we fight these things? Tanis thought wildly. He had never felt such fear in the face of flesh and blood enemies. Panic engulfed him, and he considered yelling for the others to turn and run for it. Angrily, the half-elf forced himself to calm down, to get a grip on reality. Reality! He almost laughed at the irony. Running was useless. They would get lost, separated. They had to stay and deal with this, somehow. He began to walk toward the ghostly warriors. The dead said nothing, made no threatening moves. They simply stood, blocking the path. It was impossible to count them, since some glimmered into being while others faded, only to return when their comrades dimmed. Not that it makes any difference, Tanis admitted to himself, feeling sweat chill his body. One of these undead warriors could kill all of us simply by lifting its hand. As the half-elf drew nearer to the warriors, he saw a gleam of light, Raceland's staff. The mage, leaning on his staff, stood in front of the huddle of companions. Tanis came to stand beside him. The pale crystal light reflected on the mage's face, making it seem nearly as ghostly as the faces of the dead before him. "Welcome to Darken Wood, Tanis," the mage said. "Raceland." Tanis choked. He had to try more than once to get his dry throat to form a sound. "What are these?" "Spectral minions," the mage whispered without taking his eyes off them. "We are fortunate." "Fortunate?" Tanis repeated incredulously. "Why?" "These are the spirits of men who gave their pledge to perform some task. They failed in that pledge, and it is their doom to keep performing the same task over and over until they win their release and find true rest in death." "How in the name of the Abyss does that make us fortunate?" Tanis whispered harshly, releasing his fear and anger. Perhaps they pledged to rid the forest of all who entered. "That is possible." Raceland flickered a glance at the half-elf. "Though I do not think it likely. We will find out." Before Tanis could react, the mage stepped away from the group and faced the specters. "Raced," Caramon said in a strangled voice, starting to shove forward. "Keep him back, Tanis," Raceland commanded harshly. Our lives depend on this. Gripping the warrior's arm, Tanis asked Raceland, "What are you going to do?" "I am going to cast a spell that will enable us to communicate with them. I will perceive their thoughts. They will speak through me." The mage threw his head back, his hood slipping off. He stretched out his arms as he began to speak. "Ast bilak, har bilakar, so tangus, moipar?" He murmured, then repeated that phrase 3 times. As Raceland spoke, the crowd of warriors parted, and a figure more awesome and terrifying than the rest appeared. The specter was taller than the rest and wore a shimmering crown. His pallid armor was richly decorated with dark jewels. His face showed the most terrible grief and anguish. He advanced upon Raceland. Caramon choked and averted his eyes. Tanis dared not speak or cry out, fearful of disturbing the mage and breaking the spell. The specter raised a fleshless hand, reached out slowly to touch the young mage. Tanis trembled. The specter's touch meant certain death, but Raceland, entranced, did not move. Tanis wondered if he even saw the chill hand coming toward his heart. Then Raceland spoke. "You who have been long dead, use my living voice to tell us of your bitter sorrow. Then give us leave to pass through this forest, for our purpose is not evil, as you will see if you read our hearts." The specter's hand halted abruptly. The pale eyes searched Raceland's face. Then, shimmering in the darkness, the specter bowed before the mage. Tanis sucked in his breath. He had sensed Raceland's power, but this? Raceland returned the bow, then moved to stand beside the specter. His voice was nearly as pale as that of the ghostly figure next to him. The living dead and the dead living, Tanis thought, shuddering. When Raceland spoke, his voice was no longer the wheezing whispering of the fragile mage. It was deep and dark and commanding and rang through the forest. It was cold and hollow and might have come from below the ground.
Who are you who trespass in Darken Wood?
Tanis tried to answer, but his throat had dried up completely. Caramon next to him couldn't even lift his head. Then Tanis felt movement at his side. The Kender! Cursing himself, he reached out to grab for Tasselhoff, but it was too late. The small figure, top-knot dancing, ran out into the light of Raceland's staff and stood before the specter. Tasselhoff bowed respectfully. "I am Tasselhoff Burfoot," he said. "My friends," he waved his small hand at the group. "Call me Tass. Who are you?"
It matters little. The
Cold voice intoned. "Know only
that we are warriors from a time long forgotten.
Is it true that you broke a pledge? And that's how you come to be here?" Tass asked with intent. "It is."
We pledged to guard this land. Then came the smoldering mountain from the heavens. The land was ripped apart. Evil things crept out from the bowels of the earth. and we dropped our swords and fled in terror until bitter death overtook us. Then have we been called to fulfill our oath, as evil once more stalks the land. And here will we remain until evil is driven back, and balance is restored again.
Suddenly, Raceland gave startled the Kender, who stepped back a pace and looked around uneasily for Tanis. The Spectre raised his hand in a commanding gesture, and then the tumult ceased as though swallowed by the darkness.
My men demand you know the reason, to know the reason you entered Darkenwood. If it is for evil, you will find that you have brought evil upon yourselves, or you will not live to see the moon's rise.
No. Oh, wait, no, this is Tasselhoff. No, not evil, certainly not, Tasselhoff said hurriedly. It's kind of a long story, you see, but we're obviously not going anywhere in a big hurry, and you obviously not either, so I'll tell it to you. To begin with, we're in the Inn of the Last Home in Solace. You probably don't know it. I'm not sure how long it's been there, but it wasn't around during the Cataclysm, and it sounds like you were. Well, there we were, listening to the old man talking of Huma, and he, the old man, not Huma, told Goldmoon to sing her song, and she said what song, and then she sang, and a seeker decided to be a music critic, and Riverwind, that's the tall man over there, shoved the seeker into the fire. It was an accident. He didn't mean to, but the seeker went up like a torch. You should have seen it. Anyway, the old man handed me the staff and said, hit him. And I did, and the staff turned to blue crystal, and the flames died, and... Blue
Crystal!
The Spectre's voice echoed hollowly from Raceland's throat as he began to walk toward them. Tanis and Sturm both jumped forward, grabbing Tass and dragging him out of the way. But the Spectre seemed intent only on examining the group. His flickering eyes focused on Goldmoon. Raising a pale hand, he motioned forward. No! Riverwind tried to prevent her from leaving his side, but she pushed away gently and walked over to stand before the Spectre, the staff in her hand. The ghostly army encircled them. Suddenly, the Spectre drew his sword from its pallid sheath. He held it high overhead, and white light, tinged with blue flame, flicked from the blade. Look at the staff, Goldmoon gasped. The staff glowed pale blue, as if answering the sword. The ghostly king turned to Raceland and reached his pale hand toward the entranced mage. Caramon gave a hoarse bellow and broke free of Tanis's grip. Drawing a sword, he lunged at the undead warrior. The blade pierced the flickering body, but it was Caramon who screamed in pain and dropped, writhing to the ground. Tanis and Sturm knelt beside him. Raceland stared ahead, his expression unchanged, unmoving. Caramon, where? Tanis held him, trying frantically to see where the big man was injured. My hand! Caramon rocked back and forth, sobbing, his left hand, his sword hand, thrust tightly under his right arm. What's the matter? Tanis asked. Then, seeing the warrior's sword on the ground, he knew. Caramon's sword was rimed with frost. Caramon looked up in horror and saw the Spectre's hand close tightly around Raceland's wrist. A shudder racked the mage's frail body. His face twisted in pain, but he did not fall. He did not fail. He did not fall. The mage's eyes closed. The lines of cynicism and bitterness smoothed away, and the peace of death descended on him. Tanis watched in awe, only partially aware of Caramon's hoarse cries. He saw Raceland's face transform again, this time imbued with ecstasy. The mage's aura of power intensified until it glowed around him with an almost palpable brilliance. "We are summoned," Raceland said. The voice was his own, and yet, like none Tanis had ever heard him use before. "We must go." The mage turned his back on them and walked into the woods, the ghostly king's fleshless hand still grasping his wrist. The circle of undead parted to let him pass. "Stop them!" Caramon moaned. He staggered to his feet. "We can't," Tanis fought to restrain him, and finally the big man collapsed in the half-elf's arms, weeping like a child. "We'll follow him. He'll be all right. He's Magi, Caramon. We can't understand. We'll follow." The eyes of the undead flickered with an unholy light as they watched the companions pass them and enter the forest. The spectral army closed ranks behind them. The companions stepped into a raging battle. Steel rang. Wounded men shrieked for help. So real was the clash of armies in the darkness that Sturm drew his sword reflexively. The tumult deafened him. He ducked and dodged unseen blows that he knew were aimed at him. He swung his sword in desperation at black air, knowing that he was doomed and there was no escape. He began to run, and he suddenly stumbled out of the forest into a barren, wasted glade. Raceland stood before him, alone. The mage's eyes were closed. He sighed gently, then collapsed to the ground. Sturm ran to him, then Caramon appeared, nearly knocking Sturm over to reach his brother and gather him tenderly in his arms. One by one, the others ran as if driven into the glade. Out of water, too. Raceland was still murmuring strange, unfamiliar words. The specters vanished. "Raced!" Caramon sobbed brokenly. The mage's eyelids flickered and opened. "The spell drained me," he whispered. "I must rest." "And rest ye shall!" boomed a voice, a living voice. Tanis breathed a sigh of relief, even as he put his hand on his sword. Quickly, he and the others jumped protectively in front of Raceland, turning to face outward, staring into the darkness. Then the silver moon appeared, suddenly, as if a hand had produced it from beneath a black silk scarf. Now they could see the head and shoulders of a man standing amid the trees. His bare shoulders were as large and heavy as Caramon's. A mane of long hair curled around his neck. His eyes were bright and glittered coldly. The
Dragons and wizards and dungeons.
Oh!
Princesses. Dragons and wizards and princesses and dungeons and castles.
Hey, welcome in, Raiders from Coffee Cat Presents. And in fact, Coffee Cat was presenting Cyberpunk Red tonight. So going from an original cyberpunk story to a classic fantasy story. Oh, also, Hi, Barbarian Jim. Barbarian, it has been approximately a minute since I've seen you, my friend. How have you been doing? Also, Osakachi, good eve. Yeah, and Coffee Cat's joined in. Now, I don't know if Coffee and the crew are need their post-session, debriefing or whatever aftercare. Oh, all right. Hi, Coffee. Hi, Rosewolf. We're in a forest full of undead. There you go. Although we might not be anymore. Let's find out. A mane of long hair curled around his neck. His eyes were bright and glittered coldly. The companions heard a rustling in the brush and saw the flash of a spear tip being raised, pointing at Tanis. Put thy puny weapons down, the man warned. Ye be surrounded and have not a chance. A trick, Sturm growled. But even as he spoke, there was a tremendous crashing and cracking of tree limbs. More men appeared. Guess I could try an Arnold accent for the burly guy here. I don't know. We'll see. The first man strode forward, then, and the companions stared in amazement, their hands on their weapons going slack. The man wasn't a man at all, but a centaur. Human from the waist up, he had the body of a horse from the waist down. He cantered forward with easy grace, powerful muscles rippling across his barrel chest. Other centaurs moved into the path at his commanding gesture. Tanis sheathed his sword. Flint sneezed. If you remember, Flint is allergic to horses. Let's see, if I do an Arnold, let's see what this would be. 3 must come with us. Come with us if you want to live. 3 must come with us, the centaur ordered. My brother is ill, Caramon growled. He can't go anywhere. Place him, let's see if that was the Arnold accent. We're going from Russian to Arnold here. Place him on my back, the centaur said coolly. In fact, if any of you be tired, tired, what would be that? And you be tired, I might as well just do the bold voice. I'm gonna go back to the bold voice for now, and I'll try to fine-tune it for later if it becomes necessary. Place him upon my back, the centaur said coolly. In fact, if any of you be tired, thee may ride to where we go. Where are you taking us? Tanis asked. Thee is in no position to ask questions. The centaur reached out and prodded Caramon's back with his spear. We travel far and fast. I suggest thee ride, but fear not. He bowed before Goldmoon, extending his foreleg and touching his hand to his shaggy hair. Harm will not come to thee this night. Can I ride Tanis, please? Begged Tasselhoff. I don't trust him. Flint sneezed violently. I don't trust them, Tanis muttered, but we don't seem to have a whole lot of choice in the matter. Raceland can't walk. Go on, Tass. The rest of you too. Caramon, scowling at the centaurs suspiciously, lifted his brother in his arms and set him upon the back of one of the half-man, half-animals. Raceland slumped forward weakly. Climb up, the centaur said to Caramon. I can bear the weight of thee both. Thy brother will need thy support, for we ride swiftly tonight. Flushing with embarrassment, the big warrior clambered onto the centaur's broad back, his huge legs dangling almost to the ground. He put an arm around Raceland as the centaur galloped down the path. Tasselhoff, giggling with excitement, jumped onto a centaur and promptly slid off the other side into the mud. Sturm, sighing, picked up the kender and set him on the centaur's back. Then, before Flint could protest, the knight lifted the dwarf up behind Tass. Flint tried to speak, but could only sneeze as the centaur moved away. Tanis rode with the first centaur, who seemed to be the leader. "Where are you taking us?" Tanis asked again. "To the Forest Master," the centaur answered. "The Forest Master," Tanis repeated. "Who is he? One like yourselves?" "She is the Forest Master," the centaur replied and began to canter down the trail. Tanis started to ask another question, but the centaur's quickened pace jolted him, and he nearly bit through his tongue as he came down hard on the centaur's back. Feeling himself start to slide backward as the centaur trotted faster and faster, Tanis threw his arms around the centaur's broad torso. "Nay, thee doesn't need to squeeze me in two." The centaur glanced back, his eyes glittering in the moonlight. "It be my job to see thee stays on. Relax. Put thy hands on me rump to balance thyself. There now, grip with thy legs." The centaurs left the trail and plunged into the forest. The moonlight was immediately swallowed up by the dense trees. Tanis felt branches whip past, swiping at his clothing. The centaur never swerved nor slowed in his gallop, however, and Tanis could only assume he knew the trail well, a trail the half-elf couldn't see. Soon the pace began to slacken, and the centaur finally came to a stop. Tanis could see nothing in the smothering darkness. He knew his companions were near only because he couldn't hear Raceland's shallow breathing, Caramon's jingling armor, and Flint's unabated sneezing. Even the light from Raceland's staff had died. A powerful magic is laid on this forest, the mage whispered weakly. Then Tanis asked him about it. This magic dispels all others. Tanis's uneasiness grew. "Why are we stopping?" "Because thee art here. Dismount," the centaur ordered gruffly. "Where is here?" Tanis slid off the centaur's broad back onto the ground. He stared around him, but could see nothing. Apparently, the trees kept even the smallest glimmer of moonlight or starlight from penetrating through to the trail. "Thee stands in the center of Darkenwood," the centaur replied. "And now I bid thee farewell, or fare evil, depending on how the Forest Master judges thee." "Wait a minute," Caramon called out angrily. "You can't just leave us here in the middle of the forest, blind as newborn kittens." "Stop them," Tanis ordered, reaching for his sword. But his weapon was gone. An explosive oath from Sturm indicated the knight had discovered the same thing. The centaur chuckled. Tanis heard hooves beat into soft earth, and tree branches rustled. The centaurs were gone. "Good riddance!" Flint sneezed. "Are we all here?" Tanis asked, reaching out his hand and feeling Sturm's strong, reassuring grasp. "I'm here," piped Tasselhoff. "Oh, Tanis, wasn't it wonderful? Hush, Tass," Tanis snapped. "The plainsman?" "We're here," said I'm sorry, that was Goldmoon. "We are here. We are here, said Riverwind grimly, weaponless. No one has a weapon, Tanis asked. Not that it would do us much good in this cursed blackness, he amended bitterly. I have my staff, Goldmoon's low voice said softly. And a formidable weapon, that is, daughter of Kuei Shu, came a deep voice. And a formidable weapon, that is, daughter of Kuei Shu, came a deep voice. A weapon for good, intended to combat illness and injury and disease. The unseen voice grew sad. In these times, it will also be used as a weapon against the evil creatures who sneak to find and banish it from the world. Now, it is here that Chapter 10 ends, and we would pick up with Chapter 11, The Forest Master, A Peaceful Interlude. We have been on quite the adventure. We have been chased by goblins. We have met centaurs. We have met a whole slew of characters. This has been quite a wild ride so far, and I hope that you all have been enjoying it. And maybe you've been enjoying it for the first time, or enjoy it again for the first time. Now, speaking of going on adventures, let's go from oh, you still dream of Tika, Barbarian. And I'm sorry, so yeah, there's a howdy from Coffee. I've been good, and yes, it's been a while. Hope you're well. Barbarian Jim, I'm still here, which is it's more than what others in this business can say. So I'm happy to keep on keeping on, and that for you and others who've been able to come back and enjoy some time coming up for air, thank you for finding us again and for being a part of things here. I live like a 2-hour drive down the coast from where Night City would be. Oh, interesting. It's been years since I've read it. Fun to hear you. I hope that the voices are doing the characters some justice, as I'm trying to keep up. I don't have the book memorized, so I'm simultaneously reading ahead to see who's saying something if I'm unsure, and going back and loading up the voice before I read it. So it's a fun exercise in some impromptu voice acting for me. Now, what I'll do here, one more time, there are some new emotes that I hope I can help finish up tonight. I'll get back to the artist with some final tuning. And these might be available for all of you who subscribe starting tomorrow if everything can get updated. So some very fun stuff here. And for those of you who are hanging out here, to get the year kicked off, I'm doing my best with a fundraiser as I'm going down from 2 offices to 1 to try and help control some costs. And I have a lot of minis that need homes. You know, a lot of WizKids minis, D&D minis, and I'm selling them at cheaper than what I get through distribution through you all. And that is over here. Let me bring it up real quick on Discord. Over here, we are almost sold out of the boxes. If this is something that you're willing to, you can give some help with in getting the channel secured up for the year, helping me get rid of extra inventory, and let me get minis on your table. Or, as you see, look at the complete generosity. Look at all of these instances where someone else, including several members of the community, have pitched in to give boxes to others. So even if you don't want minis for yourself, you can always direct a box to go to someone else. So if this is something that you can do, we had Saturday. There were so many given away on Saturday. Oh, pardon me. Sorry about that. So many. So this is the big thing going on, ! Discord, to get involved here. And then, of course, we do have our new emotes that are hopefully going to be ready to be delivered. I mean, speaking of gifts, here's a gift or two for you. And, yeah, a lot of stuff is going on. Positive stuff. I think a long winter is over. Let's enjoy spring for what it is. There's a lot of tumult, of course, that comes with it. But I would like for things to be out of managed decline, style. And I think we can do that. So we're going to freshen up with some emotes. We have this big, we have all of these minis going out to you all to prompt adventure and all sorts of stuff. Barbarian Jim says, I'm happy to say we have a thriving comic book store here still and a board game store that did well. I'm glad to hear that, Barbarian. There's a lot of stores that didn't make it like that. And I'm sad to hear whenever a comic store or an FLGS doesn't actually make it. So I'm glad that you do, and I hope that you're giving them to business. You're giving them to business. But anyway, we're gonna do some more voices and narration tomorrow around 8-ish Eastern, no later than 9. But we'll come back. Let's keep going through this classic story. Now I'm gonna go from the world of Kryn and fantasy over to Poland in a historical RPG setting. Batty is playing through Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So let's go see what he is doing here in this historical RPG, and we'll have some fun. He's an awesome guy. He is also a D&D nerd, and I was very happy to learn that and to get to know him over the years as I have. So let's go show him some Hero Zone energy and support, and watch this RPG play out. I will be back tomorrow evening. Let's keep on keeping on and have an amazing time together. So, hello, but also goodbye, Noctis. Have a good night, Kragar. I'll be around on Discord if you need anything. Take care.